I was born in the year of fear. Thomas Hobbes. There are centuries that begin with faith, and there are centuries that begin with terror. For Thomas Hobbes, the 17th century was not a dawn, but a storm. He was born in 1588, the year the Spanish Armada appeared on the English horizon. Cannons thundered across the Channel, kingdoms shook, and an entire nation held its breath. Before Hobbes could speak, fear had already entered his lungs, and in that breath, that first cry of survival, the seed of his philosophy was planted. He would grow up in an England divided by war, religion, and rebellion. Families were torn apart, faith turned into a weapon, and kings were executed by their own subjects. Hobbes did not write from peace, he wrote from the ruins of certainty. Out of the smoke of civil war, he began to ask the question that defines every society. How do we build safety out of fear? For Hobbes, fear was not an enemy. It was the foundation of reason. It is fear that drives men to seek laws, to form covenants, to build the great Leviathan that guards them from chaos. Where others saw fear as weakness, Hobbes saw it as the root of cooperation, the force that compels humanity to create order from disorder. In this first chapter, the year of fear is not only the story of Hobbes's birth, it is the story of the modern world's birth. Every civilization begins the same way, with trembling, uncertainty, and the desperate need for protection. It is in that trembling that reason awakens, the recognition that only by uniting under shared power can we survive the storm. For Hobbes, wisdom doesn't come from solitude or transcendence. It begins in fear, and it ends in order. Tonight, we drift back to a world before order, before the hum of cities, before the comfort of law. There was only the trembling sound of fear. It is easy to forget that peace is not our natural state. It is something we built, brick by fragile brick, against the wind. The 17th century knew this better than any age. The air was thick with uncertainty, kingdoms collapsing, faiths dividing, neighbors whispering in suspicion. Thomas Hobbes was born into that storm. England in 1588 was a country on the edge of invasion, the Spanish Armada darkening its horizon. The world shook with the noise of cannons, and for a moment, no one knew if dawn would ever come. Hobbes would later say, "I was born in the year of fear." The sentence is not poetry, it is confession. He did not mean the fear of a child hiding from thunder. He meant the deeper one, the fear that makes humanity realize it has nothing but itself to rely on. Imagine that time, streets lit only by candlelight, each flame trembling like a heartbeat. Beyond the window, chaos moved like weather. Wars between kings, wars between faiths, wars between ideas. The very notion of truth was breaking apart. Every man believed himself righteous, and that belief turned to violence. It was a world before order, and in that darkness, Hobbes began to listen, not to angels or prophets, but to the sound that echoed inside every human heart. Survival. He would come to call that place the state of nature, a condition not of sin, but of necessity. In his words, during the time men live without a common power to keep them all in awe, they are in that condition which is called war, and such a war as is of every man against every man. War, for Hobbes, was not just battles and blood. It was the silent tension between desires that could never all be satisfied at once. It was the moment before rules existed, when every shadow held a threat and every silence hid intention. As the listener drifts through that vision, the breath naturally slows. The voice describing it becomes gentler, as though smoothing the rough edges of history. The world Hobbes saw was cruel, yes, but it was also honest. It showed what humans truly are when stripped of illusions, beings of appetite and fear, endlessly seeking safety in a universe that promises none. Where theologians saw the hand of God, Hobbes saw motion, pure, mechanical, indifferent. To him, even thought was movement, and every movement had a cause. Life itself, he wrote, is but a motion of limbs. In that simplicity, there was comfort. If life is motion, then fear is simply the body's signal that motion may end. And to preserve motion, to keep breathing, to keep thinking, is to obey the deepest law of nature. So let the mind wander now through that primitive landscape. Picture no government, no police, no contract, no currency, only the raw negotiation of existence. Every path is a gamble, every stranger a possibility of danger. Yet in that uncertainty lies the first spark of reason. For if chaos is unbearable, then order must be imagined before it can be made. Hobbes's genius was to recognize that the imagination of order begins not in love, but in fear. The wish for peace is born from the exhaustion of conflict. The voice continues softly, imagine a time when every shadow held a threat. That is not merely a metaphor. It is a return to our oldest memory, the instinct that kept us alive long before civilization dressed it in civility. We like to think of fear as weakness, but Hobbes understood it as the root of cooperation. Without fear, there would be no need to trust, no reason to stay, no will to build. It is fear that makes men agree to stand together, to surrender a little freedom for the promise of safety. And so, in the slow rhythm of the story, the listener begins to feel what Hobbes must have felt, that fear is not chaos, but the beginning of order. When the mind accepts this, it softens. The world before order stops being frightening and becomes strangely calm. A vast empty plain before the first city is built. A silence waiting to be filled by reason. Hobbes's England was a mirror of this idea. Civil wars erupted like storms. The old medieval world, with its divine certainties, was dissolving into modern doubt. Every institution, from the throne to the church, seemed temporary. Out of that collapse rose the need for something enduring, something that could bind men together without relying on faith alone. That need would later take form in Leviathan, the mortal god of his imagination, but in these early years, it was still only a whisper, a dream of peace born in terror. The narrator pauses, allowing quiet to settle, a breath, a heartbeat. Then, in a tone low and steady, fear was not Hobbes's curse, it was his teacher. Because fear makes us look closer. It forces the mind to ask questions that comfort never dares to ask. When we are safe, we forget to think. When we are afraid, every sound becomes meaning. In this way, fear sharpens the intellect, polishing it against the rough stone of uncertainty. Hobbes learned to trust that sharpening. He saw that to master fear, one must first understand it, not as emotion, but as motion, a cause seeking its effect. If the listener closes their eyes now, they might hear the echo of that old world, distant thunder, the faint ring of bells calling people to prayer in a city that no longer believes. The world before order is not entirely gone. It lives quietly within us. It is the moment before we decide to trust, the breath before we speak, the hesitation before we love. Hobbes invites us to see that hesitation not as weakness, but as the birthplace of reason. By the end of this first part, the storm has not passed. It has only been understood. Hobbes stands within it, watching, thinking. The narrator concludes with calm assurance. From fear came reason. From reason came order. And only in that order can peace ever rest. The music fades, leaving a sense of stillness. The listener exhales slowly, aware that the story of fear is also the story of survival, and that even in the quiet of their own room, they too live in a long shadow of the world before order. Night deepens, and the storm of the past still lingers in the air. We have drifted through a world before order, a place where fear shaped every breath and survival was the only truth. Yet even in that darkness, a quiet awareness began to form. Somewhere between chaos and reflection, a man looked at fear not as a curse, but as a clue. That man was Thomas Hobbes. He had seen too much to believe in innocence. As England tore itself apart, he watched neighbors betray neighbors, churches burn, and kings fall to the will of the crowd. Every act of faith became an excuse for violence. Every prayer ended in another war. For Hobbes, this was not madness. It was revelation. Human beings, he realized, are capable of reason, yet ruled by passions they barely understand. In every heart, there is a conflict between desire and dread, between what we love and what we fear to lose. He wrote not to accuse, but to understand. And from that understanding came the question that would define his life. Why do we destroy what we love and fear what we are? Hobbes saw that the same fire that gives warmth can burn. The same love that builds a family could start a war. Human nature, to him, was not divided between good and evil, but caught in constant motion, pulled by need, shaped by fear. He described the mind as a restless tide, never still, never content. Felicity, he wrote, is a continual progress of the desire from one object to another. To live, then, is to chase endlessly safety, power, recognition, and to fear everything that might take it away. Gentle music fades under the narrator's voice. The tone softens, slower now, almost like breathing. Perhaps tonight, you too are asking, why do we fear ourselves? It is not a question for philosophers alone. It belongs to everyone who has ever felt the tension between who they are and who they wish to be. Hobbes' question was never abstract. He saw it in the faces of men arguing over faith, in soldiers killing for honor, in citizens crying for freedom only to beg for control. He saw that the true battle is not outside, but within. And in that discovery, his philosophy became something far more human, not a system of laws, but a mirror of our condition. To Hobbes, fear was the shape of the soul under pressure. It was proof that we understand the cost of being alive. Unlike the animals he studied, Humans know the meaning of loss before it happens. We imagine pain before it arrives. We fear not only death, but the memory of it. In Leviathan, he described this as the foresight of our own ruin. That foresight, that constant awareness of what could go wrong, is what makes us build, plan, and obey. It is what keeps the fragile structure of society from falling apart. And yet, the same awareness that protects us also divides us. We fear each other because we know what we are capable of. We know how easily trust can break, how quickly safety can vanish. Hobbes understood this paradox deeply. He saw that we both crave and resist connection, that love itself carries the shadow of loss. Every time we care for someone, we risk the pain of seeing them hurt or gone. So our greatest strength becomes our greatest vulnerability. Man is a wolf to man, he would later write, not out of contempt, but recognition. The wolf doesn't hate the other. It fears hunger. It protects its survival. And in that instinct lies both violence and cooperation. For Hobbes, morality begins where fear meets reason. When the mind learns that to protect itself, it must protect others too. The narrator's tone grows softer again, like the closing of a door in a quiet house. Fear is not the enemy of love. It is its condition. Without it, love would have no meaning, because nothing fragile would be worth holding. Now the voice pauses, as though offering the listener a moment to breathe. The room feels smaller, safer, quieter. The question still floats in the air. Why do we destroy what we love? And the answer, though simple, carries weight, because we are afraid. Afraid of losing what makes us whole. Afraid of being powerless in a world that can take everything away. Hobbes turned this fear into philosophy. He refused to hide it under faith or idealism. To him, acknowledging fear was the first act of reason. It meant looking at the human condition without illusion, accepting that we seek power not for domination, but for protection. That our need to rule is the same need to survive. In Leviathan, he wrote, "The passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them." So, fear is not just an emotion. It is the architect of civilization. It teaches us to build walls, write laws, and create gods in our own image. It teaches us to submit, not because we are weak, but because we understand what chaos can do. In Hobbes's vision, fear is the beginning of wisdom. The narrator's voice grows almost tender now, deliberate in its calm. Fear made us human. Fear taught us to care. As the sound of distant wind fades behind the voice, there is a sense of reflection, an inner silence where the mind rests. Hobbes's question lingers, but it no longer feels threatening. It feels like truth. To fear is not to fail. It is to be awake. In the stillness of that realization, Hobbes's philosophy becomes less about control and more about compassion. But to understand fear is to understand everyone. The stranger on the street, the friend who hides behind laughter, the leader who clings to power. Beneath every action lies the same trembling wish to be safe. The narrator closes softly. Fear does not make us less human. It reminds us how deeply human we already are. And somewhere, in that whisper, the world before order begins to fade, replaced by the quiet, steady heartbeat of understanding. The storm is not over, but for the first time, Hobbes knows what question the thunder is asking. And in the still air that follows, the listener breathes slower, knowing that every answer begins exactly where all fear begins, inside the self. Silence follows the question. The world Hobbes looked upon was exhausted, drained by war, distrust, and the endless weight of human contradiction. Yet beneath the ashes of fear, something began to move. It was not faith returning, nor mercy. It was something quieter, smaller, but infinitely stronger. Reason. From the ruins of his own century, Hobbes began to ask not what men should be, but what they are. He no longer searched for divine order in the sky or moral purity in the heart. Instead, he turned his gaze to motion itself, the heartbeat, the breath, the twitch of desire, and saw in them the foundation of all understanding. In that still moment of reflection, he thought, if we are all afraid, perhaps reason can be our refuge. This was the dawn of inquiry, the first light in a century of shadow. He started to see humanity not as fallen angels, nor corrupted souls, but as intricate machines of motion and thought. To Hobbes, man was neither purely evil nor good, simply in motion, always responding, always reacting. Every impulse, every idea, every emotion was a chain of causes and effects, set in motion by the simple desire to continue existing. He wrote, "Life itself is but a motion of limbs, the beginning whereof is in some principal part within." That sentence, though simple, changed philosophy forever. For Hobbes, there was no need to look beyond the world to understand it. The universe was not a mystery to be worshipped, but a mechanism to be examined. Even the soul, he believed, was not a ghost, but a system of motion. Thoughts were movements, emotions were vibrations, and reason was the most delicate machinery of them all. The narrator's voice slows, calm, contemplative, like soft ripples across still water. In a world drowning in chaos, Hobbes did not search for God's voice. He listened instead to the quiet rhythm of cause and effect. He found comfort in its simplicity. If life was motion, then fear itself was a movement, a signal of preservation, a sign that the machine was still working. The same fear that once paralyzed him now became proof that life endured. And in that realization, Hobbes discovered a paradox both profound and peaceful, that even in terror, there is order. Every shiver has logic. Every thought follows a law. He began to construct philosophy as an engineer might build a clock, piece by piece, with precision and patience. To understand man, one must understand the mechanics of motion, the nature of cause, the logic of consequence. Nothing in nature happens without reason. Even the stars above, though silent, obey laws that never fail. The universe, Hobbes believed, is matter in motion. And if this is true, then we are part of that same grand mechanism, neither separate from nature nor superior to it. We are its continuation, its reflection, its restless, thinking particles. The discovery is humbling, yet freeing. It means that the storms inside the human heart are not divine punishments or moral failures. They are natural forces, as real and measurable as gravity. The narrator continues softly. Perhaps reason was never meant to erase fear, only to give it shape, to turn chaos into comprehension. That was Hobbes's gift to the world. Not peace, but clarity. He taught that understanding ourselves requires neither faith nor confession, but observation. To know why we love, we must trace the movement of desire. To know why we hate, we must follow the path of threat. He called this method scientia, knowledge built on observation and deduction, not revelation. This approach marked a turning point in human thought. For centuries, philosophers had begun their search with God and worked downward toward man. Hobbes reversed the direction. He began with the body, the smallest motions of flesh, the flicker of fear in the eye, and built upward to explain the soul, society, and state. It was a revolution, not of rebellion, but of reason. He saw that to build peace, one must first understand motion. To build a society, one must understand the mind. And to understand the mind, one must first accept that every thought has a cause, and that even in confusion, there is pattern. In the quiet of this realization, the tone of the narrative shifts again, not triumphant, but serene, like the slow spreading of dawn light across an empty field. Hobbes's discovery is not an explosion of enlightenment, but a soft awakening. It does not shout, it whispers. Reason whispers softly, not to calm you, but to keep you awake. That sentence lingers like a breath. It reminds the listener that philosophy is not meant to soothe, but to sharpen, not to promise comfort, but to invite awareness. To live rationally is to remain awake to the truth that even in our most private fears, there is order waiting to be found. The music beneath the voice grows lighter, almost imperceptible, a faint pulse, mirroring the rhythm of a steady heart. The story begins to drift into reflection. Hobbes's world was still broken, and fear had not disappeared. Yet for the first time, he could see meaning in it. He realized that knowledge is not the opposite of fear. It is born from it. Each question is a kind of trembling. Each answer, a brief moment of stillness. The narrator's voice drops into a whisper. We do not think to escape fear. We think because we are afraid. In that whisper lies the essence of Hobbes's awakening. Fear drives the first movement of thought. Thought seeks structure. Structure becomes law. And from law, peace is born. The cycle is not divine, but deeply human, a continuous effort to make sense of motion before it consumes us. As the scene closes, the imagery becomes gentle and luminous. The storm of the earlier chapters has faded into a silver calm. The listener can almost imagine Hobbes, older now, sitting beside a candle, watching its small flame tremble. Every flicker is a motion, a law, a sign of life. He smiles, perhaps faintly, realizing that even this fragile flame obeys the same rules as the planets above. In that moment, the world feels whole again, mechanical, yes, but beautifully so. The narrator concludes in a tone that feels like a breath before sleep. In the beginning, there was fear, but in the dawn of inquiry, there is reason. And where reason lives, fear no longer rules, it teaches. The light dims. The music fades into silence. The listener breathes slower, eyes heavy, thoughts quiet. The story does not end here, it only settles, waiting for the next rise of thought. Light returns slowly, not as fire, but as rhythm. The storm of fear has passed, leaving behind a quiet pulse, a kind of stillness that hums beneath all things. In that calm, Hobbes begins to see the world differently, no longer as chaos waiting for salvation, but as motion waiting to be understood. What once seemed divine now becomes mechanical. What once seemed mystical, now perfectly natural. He had already glimpsed it in a trembling of his own heart, that every feeling, every thought, every act of will begins with motion. If we are all afraid, he had written, perhaps reason can be our refuge. But now he goes deeper. What, after all, is this thing we call reason? What are fear and love, anger and desire, if not different movements of the same mind? Hobbes saw humanity not as a collection of souls, but as a system of motion, a body powered by subtle forces, a mind animated by rhythm and reaction. In Leviathan, he wrote, "The vital motions, such as the course of the blood, the pulse, the breathing, and the concoction, are not voluntary, but the voluntary motions, such as walking, speaking, moving of limbs, depend always upon the precedent thought of whither, which way, and what. To him, this was not cold. It was beautiful. Life itself was an intricate machine, precise yet fragile, turning endlessly in the vast mechanism of the universe. To understand man, one must understand motion, and to understand motion, one must listen closely, not to words, but to rhythm. The narrator's voice lowers into a soft cadence, each sentence unfolding like the slow ticking of a clock. Every fear is a motion, every love a vibration. You can almost feel it, the way thought ripples beneath emotion, how one feeling collides into another like waves meeting in the dark. Hobbes believed that what we call the soul is not separate from the body. It is the harmony of these movements. He rejected the idea of a ghost animating flesh. There is no divine spark hovering within us, only matter, alive through motion, thinking through rhythm. The imagination, he wrote, is nothing but decaying sense. A thought is simply a trace of motion, fading in the mind like a sound that continues after the bell has stopped ringing. The image lingers, not because it belongs to heaven, but because the air of memory keeps vibrating. To Hobbes, this idea was not dehumanizing, it was liberating. If thought and emotion are motions, then understanding them means mastering their patterns. Fear can be studied, love can be mapped, peace can be built not through miracles, but through order. The tone of the narration grows more contemplative, inviting the listener to drift deeper into that calm awareness. Imagine your mind as a sky, vast and clear. Thoughts rise like wind across its surface, some gentle, some violent, all transient. They are not you. They are motion. In that image, the mind no longer feels heavy. It breathes. Each thought becomes a cloud, forming, dissolving, reforming, without judgment, without permanence. For Hobbes, this was not poetry, but philosophy. The mind's movements obey the same logic as planets in orbit or waves upon the sea. Nothing happens without cause. Nothing continues without motion. It was here that Hobbes's materialism found its peace. If everything is matter in motion, then the universe is one vast, continuous chain of causes. Nothing stands apart, not even God, if he exists, but part of the great mechanism of being. In Hobbes's view, this does not diminish life's meaning. It deepens it, because it means we belong. We are not intruders in the physical world. We are expressions of it, conscious matter thinking about itself. He wrote, "The universe is corporeal. All that is real is body, and that which is not body is no part of the universe. In other words, everything that exists, stars, storms, minds, hearts, is made of the same essence. The human mind is not an exception to nature. It is its most complex motion." The narrator smiles gently through the voice, a quiet note of wonder. "Perhaps," he says, "we are not souls trapped in machines. Perhaps we are machines learning to dream." This realization in Hobbes' time was shocking. To suggest that thought was movement, that emotion was physics, that the soul was a system, was to challenge centuries of faith and tradition. Yet Hobbes spoke without cruelty or rebellion. He did not wish to destroy wonder. He wanted to understand it. His belief was not that God was gone, but that God, if real, must also move, for stillness is death, and life is motion. He was, above all, a man of calm precision. To him, truth was not to be shouted from pulpits, but whispered in the quiet rhythm of logic. His faith was in consistency. If the world is motion, then peace must be the right kind of motion, steady, harmonious, predictable. The voice now slows, guiding the listener toward that same sense of harmony. Close your eyes. Feel your breath, the rise, the fall, the pause between. This is motion too, the same law that governs stars, oceans, and thought. In this way, Hobbes' philosophy begins to sound less like theory and more like meditation. It is the calm recognition that we are both the observers and the machinery of existence. Every heartbeat is proof of continuity. Every breath is an act of balance between chaos and calm. He saw that in this mechanical world, morality and emotion could still exist, not as divine commands, but as patterns that sustain motion. Love preserves life. Hate destroys it. Hope energizes. Despair halts. The good, therefore, is whatever keeps motion alive, not mystical virtue, but physical persistence. This is the foundation of his ethics, the logic of survival. Fear teaches us to protect motion. Reason teaches us to sustain it. And together, they form a mechanism of the human condition, a dance between necessity and thought. The narrator's final words hover just above silence. Every soul is a clock, wound by fear, guided by reason, and kept alive by motion. To understand that is to glimpse the order beneath all chaos, the order that never stops turning, even in sleep. As the music fades, the listener feels a strange calm. The body breathes. The pulse aligns. Thought becomes soft rhythm. For a moment, everything moves together, quietly, perfectly, as if the universe itself were breathing through the same mechanical grace that Hobbes once saw in all things. And in that stillness, reason continues its whisper, not to calm you, but to keep you awake. Light fades, but rhythm remains. The clock of the soul keeps turning, each motion folding quietly into another. Hobbes sits in this silence, not as a mystic, but as an observer. He listens, not to divine whispers, but to the subtle movements of life itself, the pulse beneath the skin, the slow rise and fall of the chest, the quiet trembling of thought before it becomes speech. To him, these are not mysteries, they are proofs. In Leviathan, he wrote, "Life is but a motion of limbs, for what is the heart but a spring, and the nerves but so many strings, and the joints but so many wheels." That sentence, steady, simple, unadorned, holds an entire vision of existence. Man is not haunted by a ghost. He is animated by motion. There is no spirit floating above the flesh. The body is the spirit, made visible. Every thought is written in heartbeat, every emotion translated into breath. The body is the mind's first philosophy. The voice of the narrator slows, calm and grounded. There is no ghost in the machine, only movement. It is a radical thought, yet strangely comforting. For Hobbes, this was not a denial of mystery. It was a way of bringing it home. He believed that to understand the divine, one must first understand the body. To know order, one must first listen to the pulse. If God exists, He speaks not through thunder, but through motion, through the quiet continuation of life that refuses to stop. Hobbes found in the body a mirror more honest than any doctrine. The body never lies. It trembles when afraid, warms when loved, grows still when content. In these motions, we glimpse the laws of nature not as commands, but as harmony. Each beat of the heart is obedience to physics, yet also an act of grace. The narrator's tone becomes softer, almost meditative. As your chest rises and falls, know that this too is philosophy in motion. You breathe, you listen, you move because the universe moves. And in that recognition, fear loses some of its edge. Hobbes did not believe the soul was separate from the body because he could see, with the clarity of a scientist, how the two were entwined. Desire is not an abstract feeling. It is warmth in the blood. Thought is not a voice in the void. It is the vibration of the brain, the chemistry of connection. He called these vital motions, the unconscious currents that sustain life before the mind can even think about them. To him, the body was not fragile dust, destined for decay. It was a miracle of self-perpetuating order. In his words, for seeing life is but motion, the beginning of motion is in some principal part within. Why may we not say that all automata have an artificial life? He saw man as both natural and artificial, a living mechanism, part creature, part creation. And if the body is the mechanism, then consciousness is its reflection. The mind is not above the body. It is the echo of its movements, the mirror of its rhythm. Look at your hands, the narrator says softly. They move because of thought, and yet thought itself moves because of them. You are not two things. You are one continuous motion, one living pattern in an endless sea of patterns. In this understanding, the listener feels a quiet relief, the kind that comes from no longer needing to divide what has always been whole. There is no war between flesh and spirit, no shame in being material. For Hobbes, to be material was to be part of the universe itself, made of the same matter that moves the stars. He believed that peace, true peace, begins not in heaven, but in the harmony between mind and body. When we breathe without resistance, we mirror the order that the entire cosmos obeys. Every exhale is a small surrender to the natural law that binds all things. The narrator continues, to live well is not to escape the body, but to understand it, not to silence its tremors, but to listen, because every motion has meaning. There is something profoundly human in that. Hobbes, often seen as cold and mechanical, was in truth deeply compassionate in his precision. He wanted to protect humanity not by faith or fantasy, but by understanding. If we are machines, then we can be repaired. If we are systems, then we can find balance. He saw in the breath a metaphor for the state itself. Inhale and exhale, power and rest, force and a peace. The state, like the body, survives only through rhythm. Too much force, and it collapses. Too little, and it dies. The same applies to the mind. The art of being human, Hobbes suggests, is to maintain motion without losing equilibrium. At this point, the narrator's tone shifts slightly, still soft, but now luminous, as though the light of understanding had begun to spread across the darkness. There is a grace in movement, not divine, but natural. The heart doesn't need a reason to beat. It simply obeys the law of life. And this, Hobbes would say, is all the meaning we need. We do not need immortal souls to be sacred. The law of motion itself, continuous, ordered, unstoppable, is enough to make life extraordinary. As you listen, your own breath becomes part of the philosophy. Inhale, and you feel the law of preservation. Exhale, and you feel the surrender of peace. You are living proof of Hobbes's vision, that existence itself is the first covenant, the body, the first sovereign, motion, the first law. He understood something that later thinkers would call profound, that self-awareness begins in a body. To feel is to know. To breathe is to understand that you belong to something vast, mechanical, and yet inexplicably beautiful. The music beneath the narration slows, fading into the rhythm of a steady heartbeat. The world feels still again, not because it has stopped, but because every motion has found its place. The narrator closes in a tone that feels like the quiet closing of a book. Hobbes did not seek to spiritualize the body. He sought to humanize the spirit. He saw that in every muscle and motion, the universe reflects itself endlessly, elegantly, without need for ghosts. A pause, a breath. And in this understanding, the voice whispers, we find rest. The scene fades, not into silence, but into rhythm. The slow, measured sound of breathing becomes the final reminder. The law of motion is still alive, and as the listener drifts towards sleep, they carry with them the same gentle truth Hobbes once found in the body itself, that there is peace not in stillness, but in motion understood. Stillness does not mean the end of motion. It means the moment before understanding begins. Hobbes had already traced life to movement, the body to rhythm, and the mind to the quiet hum of matter in motion. Yet one question remained. If everything moves according to cause and effect, can thought itself be mapped, measured, predicted, understood? He began to look at the world not as chaos, but as design. The way the planets turn, the way the tides rise, the way a breath begins and ends, all of it followed rules, exact and constant. If these rules govern the heavens, he wondered, could they not also govern the mind? And so he began to see thought as geometry, not in the sense of cold calculation, but as harmony, a kind of order beneath the noise. He believed that reasoning, like architecture, could be built upon clear foundations. Every idea, every conclusion must have its line, its point, its proof. In Leviathan, he wrote, "Science is the knowledge of consequences and dependence of one fact upon another." That single line, the knowledge of consequences, became the cornerstone of his entire philosophy. To think, Hobbes believed, was to follow a line from cause to effect, from motion to motion, until the mind discovered its own structure. The narrator's voice slows, soft and steady, like chalk tracing a circle on stone. If we can measure the stars, perhaps we can measure ourselves. It was not arrogance, it was humility. The realization that the same order that shapes the universe also lives within us. For Hobbes, the laws of nature were not distant or divine. They were immanent, breathing through every atom, every heartbeat, every thought. He did not seek to turn man into a machine without wonder. He sought to show that wonder itself has logic. Awe, he believed, is the mind recognized in its place within a larger geometry, the way light curves through glass, or the way sound echoes through air. To feel awe is to momentarily see the equation behind existence and to realize that you are part of it. Hobbes approached philosophy the way a mathematician approaches a proof. He began with what he could see: motion, matter, fear, desire. From these, he derived conclusions about peace, law, and society. His reasoning was not abstract, but architectural. Each thought had to rest on another. Like stones in a cathedral, if one fell, the whole structure would tremble. The narrator continues gently, the tone both instructive and intimate. To Hobbes, clarity was not coldness, it was mercy. Because confusion breeds fear, but reason is the geometry of calm. He saw that most of human misery comes not from cruelty, but from misunderstanding, from men mistaking shadows for truth. To think clearly, then, was not a privilege but a duty. It was how humanity could finally stop tearing itself apart. And yet, there is poetry even in this logic. The same mind that calculates also dreams. The same geometry that measures also marvels. Hobbes did not separate the two. He united them. The universe, he believed, is both precise and profound. A place where beauty is not chaos, but perfect proportion. He wrote, "Words are wise men's counters, but they are the money of fools." In that single sentence, he warned that language, if not measured, can deceive. To think geometrically means to weigh words as one weighs numbers, carefully, patiently, knowing that clarity is a form of compassion. The narrator breathes softly. Imagine your thoughts as lines of light. Each one connects to another, forming shapes in the dark, triangles of reason, circles of understanding. Together, they draw the outline of who you are. In this vision, the human mind becomes a universe of its own, vast, structured, self-consistent. Each fear becomes a point on a map, each hope a trajectory. The soul is not chaos, but a pattern of forces waiting to be understood. This realization brings a strange comfort. It means that pain has reason, that confusion has form, that even suffering moves along predictable lines. Nothing in life is wasted. Every experience leaves a mark in the grand geometry of being. The narrator's tone grows warmer, almost reverent. Hobbes saw that to understand the universe is to understand ourselves. The same laws that move the stars also move our hearts. The universe breathes through laws. You are one of them. There is a long pause, not silence, but space. The kind of space where thought unfolds naturally, like the slow expansion of light across a sleeping room. This is the point where philosophy meets peace. Hobbes's geometry was not about controlling the world, but aligning with it. To live well, he believed, is to live according to the structure of reality, to follow its curves, not resist them. Just as a planet finds balance in orbit, so does the mind find balance in understanding. In his time, this view was revolutionary. To say that thought could be measured was to challenge the mystery of faith. But Hobbes did not destroy the sacred. He redefined it. He made reason itself holy, the steady, lawful beauty of the world as it is. The narrator softens his voice again, almost to a whisper. You are not outside the law. You are its continuation. Every breath, every heartbeat, every thought you have tonight follows the same order that turns galaxies. And suddenly, the idea of control dissolves. There is no need to master the world because you already move with it. The geometry of thought is not a prison. It is a map, one that leads you back to belonging. The music beneath the words grows faint, like distant starlight reflected on water. The story slows, leaving the listener in a state of quiet revelation. Perhaps the comfort Hobbes offers is not in answers, but in structure, in knowing that even our uncertainties trace patterns too vast to see. Perhaps reason is not the absence of mystery, but its most faithful shape. The final lines come with the gentleness of dusk settling over the mind. Every law that governs the stars governs you. Every pattern that moves the ocean moves your thoughts. There is no chaos here, only a geometry too beautiful to grasp. And with that, the voice falls silent, not as an ending, but as an opening. The listener breathes. The universe breathes. And for one quiet moment, they are the same motion. Light fades again, not into darkness, but into tension. The quiet harmony of thought, that delicate geometry of reason, begins to tremble. Hobbes had traced order through motion and peace through understanding. Yet beneath all structure still lies something ancient, something wild and unresolved. For before men built laws, they built fear. Before there was government, there was survival. And before peace, there was the state of nature. The narrator's voice slows, calm but heavy, like the hush before a storm. Imagine a night where every sound is a warning, every silence is a trap. This is not metaphor. It is the world as Hobbes saw it, stripped bare of law, religion, and restraint. A world where each person lives in constant uncertainty, measuring every shadow for threat. In such a world, reason is not yet a guide, but a weapon used to outthink, outmaneuver, outlive. Hobbes called this the state of nature, not a place in time, but a condition of being, a state in which there is no authority to keep men in awe, no common power to hold them to their word. Every man becomes both predator and prey. In such condition, he wrote, there is no place for industry, because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The narrator pauses, letting the words echo. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Each syllable lands like a heartbeat in the dark. It is not hatred that creates this world, but equality, the equality of vulnerability. In the state of nature, Hobbes said, all men are equal, not in strength or wisdom, but in their ability to harm and be harmed. Every person can kill, and every person can be killed. This equality of power becomes the root of fear. For what you can do to another, they can do to you. The voice of the narrator steadies, measured like breath. This is not cruelty. It is the mirror of survival. The universe moves by law, but men without law move by need. In this place, trust is fragile. Promises have no weight, for there is no one to enforce them. Hope is dangerous, mercy suicidal. Even kindness becomes a gamble. The listener can almost feel it, that tightening in the chest, the animal alertness that comes with danger. Hobbes does not exaggerate. He simply describes the human heart when stripped of comfort. He knew this fear intimately. He had seen civil war turn families against each other, seen the collapse of kings and the flood of vengeance that followed. To him, this was not history. It was human nature revealed. Civilization was not built upon virtue. It was built to escape terror. The narrator breathes out slowly. In this silence, life itself becomes a negotiation with death. Every sound, the crack of a branch, the cry of an infant, might bring ruin. Every silence could mean safety or doom. Sleep becomes a luxury, trust an impossibility. In the state of nature, even love is shadowed by fear. For to love something is to risk its loss. Hobbes saw that fear in every heart, not only fear of pain, but fear of betrayal, humiliation, or death. It was this universal anxiety that shaped his entire philosophy. Fear, he realized, is not merely an emotion, it is the law beneath all others. It is the force that drives men to seek safety, to make agreements, to surrender freedom in exchange for peace. He wrote, "Covenants without the sword are but words. Without power, promises mean nothing. Without law, morality collapses. In the state of nature, even goodness must bow to necessity." The narrator's voice grows quieter, steady and low, like someone speaking in a candlelit room. Perhaps this is what Hobbes understood better than anyone, that peace is not our natural condition, it is our invention. That sentence feels heavy, but strangely clarifying. It is not a condemnation of humanity, but an awakening. Hobbes forces us to look at what lies beneath our cities, our laws, our civility, the raw need to survive. And once we see it, we begin to understand why we built the world the way we did. He believed that this realization was the first act of wisdom, not to deny fear, but to face it without illusion. Fear is not weakness, it is information. It tells us where the boundaries of survival lie. It tells us what must change for peace to exist. The narrator continues, voice soft as night rain. To live without law is to live without tomorrow. Every sunrise becomes a question, not a promise. It is easy to mistake Hobbes's vision for pessimism, but listen more closely, and there is compassion there, a kind of realism born from empathy. He did not hate mankind. He pitied it. He saw that every act of cruelty was a desperate attempt at control, that every lie began in fear, that even the hunger for power was a longing for safety. This is the paradox of the state of nature, that even in its brutality, there is a strange equality. All men are alike in their terror, all fragile before fate. No one is immune to fear, not even the strongest. The narrator pauses again, as if inviting the listener to breathe, to feel their own pulse echoing in time with Hobbes's vision. Perhaps If you listen closely, you can hear that ancient heartbeat, the one that quickens at danger, that holds its breath at silence. It is the same pulse that has guided humanity since its first night on Earth. The image expands in the listener's mind, a landscape without cities, only darkness and wind, where the firelight flickers across faces both hopeful and haunted. And within each, the same thought: who can I trust? This question, simple and terrible, is the beginning of civilization. For out of fear comes the search for order, out of chaos, the longing for peace. Hobbes did not romanticize this. He accepted it as fact. In the state of nature, peace is impossible because there is no common power to make it real. Men may desire peace, but without structure, that desire dies in the noise of survival. And so, Hobbes began to dream of something new, a structure strong enough to bind the will of all, a covenant powerful enough to end the war of every man against every man. That dream would become the heart of his masterpiece, the Leviathan. But for now, the story remains in darkness, the air thick with tension, the pulse of survival still strong. The narrator's voice softens to a whisper. Before there was peace, there was fear. Before there was law, there was the state of nature. And in that state, we learned what it truly means to be human, fragile, restless, and always reaching for safety. A breath, a pause. Remember this, the voice says gently. Every law we live by today was written first in fear. The music fades, leaving only the echo of heartbeat and the slow rhythm of breathing, the sound of life persisting in the dark. Night has not lifted, but the fear inside it has begun to breathe slower. The world Hobbes described, that raw, sleepless landscape where every man stands alone, cannot last forever. Even in darkness, something begins to stir beneath the noise of conflict, the faint, rhythmic pulse of reason. Fear had taught humanity to fight, to defend, to survive. But fear alone cannot sustain life. In time, it collapses under its own exhaustion. There comes a moment, not grand, not loud, when the endless motion of violence begins to falter, and the mind whispers something new. The narrator's voice lowers, soft but clear, like a calm wind through a shattered field. Fear taught us to fight. Reason taught us to stop. This was the turning point in Hobbes's vision, the awakening of understanding. From chaos rises reflection. From terror, the awareness that survival cannot depend on conflict alone. For the first time, man begins to see that the same logic that drives him to fight could also guide him to peace. Hobbes called this shift the discovery of the laws of nature, not mystical commandments from above, but truths drawn from the logic of survival itself. He wrote, "The laws of nature are precepts or general rules found out by reason, by which a man is forbidden to do that which is destructive of his life, or taketh away the means of preserving the same." In simple words, reason teaches us what fear cannot, that safety is not won by dominance, but by restraint. The narrator pauses, then continues in a tone that feels almost like meditation. Peace does not begin with victory. It begins with understanding that war, if unending, destroys even the victor. This realization does not arrive through morality or faith. It arrives through exhaustion. through the recognition that every battle eventually consumes its cause. In Hobbes's world, reason is not a divine spark, but the mind's natural defense against chaos. It appears when fear reaches its limit. The first whisper of peace is quiet. It does not shout or demand. It begins in the small, trembling awareness that we can no longer bear to live in constant threat. It is the thought that says, if I desire peace for myself, I must allow it for you as well. That single thought becomes the seed of civilization. Hobbes believed that reason, when left to its full strength, reveals a pattern of laws of nature, that guide men away from destruction. The first and greatest of these laws is simple: seek peace and follow it. The second follows naturally. By all means we can defend ourselves. These two laws exist in balance: peace as purpose, defense as necessity. Together, they form the heartbeat of human society. The narrator's voice softens further, steady as a breath. Peace begins not in power, but in choice. It is the quiet decision to stop chasing control and start building trust. Hobbes's insight was profound because it made peace practical. He did not dream of perfect harmony or eternal love. He saw peace as an agreement, an arrangement of reason between fearful minds. To live peacefully is to live intelligently, to understand that cooperation, though fragile, is safer than chaos. This does not mean peace is free of fear. In Hobbes's philosophy, peace is fear transformed, fear that has learned to speak, to negotiate, to build. Fear remains the origin, but reason becomes its guide. Together, they create a fragile equilibrium, not paradise, but safety. The narrator breathes gently, then says, perhaps tonight you can feel it too. That stillness that comes not from absence of fear, but from acceptance. Peace begins when you stop asking the world to stay. The line lingers like a sigh. It does not mean surrender. It means trust. It means realizing that control is an illusion, that the world moves whether we resist or not. Peace, in Hobbes's sense, is the act of aligning with motion rather than fighting it, of building order within the flow of existence. He understood that fear could make men cunning, but only reason could make them wise. Reason is the mirror that allows man to see himself not as the center of the world, but as one motion among countless others. From that humility, the first peace is born. Hobbes wrote, reason suggesteth convenient articles of peace, upon which men may be drawn to agreement. He believed that these articles, these unspoken contracts, arise not from faith in goodness, but from understanding the cost of chaos. In this sense, reason becomes an act of compassion, a recognition that others, too, are afraid, and that their safety is bound to yours. The narrator's voice carries warmth now, the tone of reassurance. To seek peace is not to deny fear, but to honor it, to say, I too am fragile. I too wish to live. From that recognition, humanity begins to move together, no longer as enemies, but as cautious allies. The fires of war dim, not because hatred is gone, but because the exhaustion of survival gives way to the desire for continuity. Peace, Hobbes teaches, is not a miracle. It is maintenance. It must be built, protected, and repaired over and over. Yet in that constant rebuilding lies the meaning of civilization itself. The narrator leans closer as if speaking directly to the listener's heart. Peace is not the absence of noise. It is the decision to listen beneath it, to the quiet rhythm that has always been there, waiting. And so the story drifts toward calm. The state of nature, the restless fear of the previous chapter, begins to fade into a gentler awareness. The sky clears, the pulse slows. The war is not yet over, but a human mind has changed. It has learned that survival without peace is just another kind of death. Hobbes saw in this transition the first moral law written by nature herself, the instinct to preserve life through cooperation. Every civilization that followed would simply build upon this truth. That reason, once awakened, is not a rebellion against fear, but its transformation. The narrator concludes softly, his voice fading like dusk. Fear made us fight. Reason made us listen. And in that listening, the first whisper of peace began. A pause, then a breath. Outside, the universe continues its motion, quiet, endless, precise. The listener can feel it, a stillness spreading through thought, like ripples across a lake. Hobbes' truth settles gently in the air. Peace is not beyond us. It is already here, waiting to be chosen. Peace has been spoken into existence, softly, like a prayer half believed. Humanity, weary from the long storm of fear, begins to understand what Hobbes had seen so clearly, that peace is not a miracle, but a method. It is the most rational thing in the world. Yet in this fragile calm, another truth lingers. Knowledge alone does not save us. The narrator's voice lowers, slow and thoughtful, like candlelight flickering in an empty hall. Reason has shown us the path to peace, he says, but there is no one yet to make us walk it. This is the tragedy and the beauty of Hobbes' vision. We can understand the logic of peace. We can even desire it. But desire alone cannot bind the will. In the state of nature, reason whispers its promises into ears still tuned to the sound of danger. And so men, though capable of understanding harmony, remain prisoners of fear. He wrote, "Covenants without the sword are but words, without power to enforce them. Agreements dissolve like mist in the morning. Trust collapses under suspicion. The dream of safety fades, like a dream of safety that fades when you wake." The music beneath the words grows soft, almost like breathing. The tone is no longer anxious but reflective, gentle, accepting, as if Hobbes himself is speaking to us through time. He does not condemn humanity for this weakness. He only describes it with a clarity so honest it feels compassionate. Men are not wicked by choice. They are frightened by nature. They know what must be done, but lack the courage to do it together. The narrator continues, "Reason is our promise to ourselves, but a promise, alone in the dark, is fragile." In Hobbes' world, peace is rational, but it is not yet real. The laws of nature tell men to seek safety, but nothing compels them to obey. They are caught between two instincts, the pull of reason and the grip of fear. Each man wants peace, yet each fears being the first to trust. That tension becomes the heartbeat of his philosophy. It is the recognition that understanding is not enough, that wisdom must be made flesh through power. Hobbes saw this gap between thought and action, between reason and will, as the final obstacle to peace. Until something greater unites men, the world remains in its restless balance, aware, but still unsafe. He wrote, "For the laws of nature, as justice, equity, modesty, mercy, and in sum, doing to others as we would be done to, of themselves, without the terror of some power to cause them to be observed, are contrary to our natural passions." The narrator's tone softens, filled with empathy. Even when we know what is right, we tremble before it. We fear the betrayal of trust more than the cost of war. This is not cynicism, it is understanding. Hobbes recognized that reason is the seed, but fear is still the soil. Peace must grow from both. Without enforcement, rationality becomes a dream. Without trust, society remains a thought experiment. And yet, this recognition carries a quiet hope. Because to see the flaw in reason is already to imagine its repair. The mind that identifies its limits has already begun to transcend them. Hobbes knew that the next step, the true birth of peace, would require something beyond philosophy, an agreement powerful enough to bind all men under one will. The narrator's voice becomes slower now, like waves drawing back from the shore. In this pause, he says, humanity stands between two worlds, the world of fear that it remembers, and the world of order that it has not yet built. Reason hovers there, fragile but luminous. It promises peace but cannot yet give it. The people see its truth but lack its authority. The laws of nature whisper their logic. Be just, be fair, be kind. But without power, these are only echoes in the wind. Hobbes's insight is both chilling and profoundly human. To know peace is possible, and yet to fail to achieve it is the fate of man without unity. We can imagine paradise, but cannot hold it in our hands. He saw it clearly, that fear could teach men survival, and reason could teach them peace. But neither could guarantee obedience. Something else must emerge, something that binds them both. That something would soon take shape in his greatest idea, the Leviathan, the artificial soul of order, born not of faith, but of necessity. The narrator's tone grows quieter, almost reverent, like the hush before dawn. Reason whispers peace, but there is no one yet to make us obey it. The words linger, suspended in silence. The listener can feel their truth, the ache of knowing what could be, and the sadness of not yet reaching it. This is the stillness of before creation, the pause between chaos and structure. The mind rests, but the heart waits. Fear no longer rules, yet reason is not yet sovereign. Humanity stands in this twilight of understanding, listening to its own heartbeat, as though waiting for a new one to begin. The narrator breathes softly. Perhaps this is the gentlest form of awakening, to realize that peace begins in the mind, but must be built in the world. And with that, the light begins to shift. The sound of wind fades. The tone grows warmer, expectant. Something vast and unseen is forming. The idea of a power strong enough to hold the human race together, to turn reason into law and law into peace. The voice falls almost to a whisper, as though preparing for the next dawn. Soon, they will dream of a greater body, a power above themselves. Not a god of heaven, but a god of their own design. This quiet foreshadowing opens the bridge to the next chapter, to the moment when men, out of fear and reason combined, create the Leviathan, the great artificial soul of order. The music fades into stillness. The final breath carries Hobbes's message: calm, inevitable, and eternal. Reason is the light that shows the way. Power is the hand that builds the road. And as the last note disappears into silence, the listener feels the weight of transition. Peace glimpsed, not yet grasped. Hope alive, waiting to take form. Silence lingers at the edge of understanding. Reason has spoken, but the world remains waiting, suspended between fear and faith, between knowing what must be done and lacking the power to do it. Humanity stands in this quiet threshold, aware of peace yet unable to hold it. The night is calm now, but it is not secure. Something is still missing. Something greater must rise. The narrator's voice softens, inviting the listener to close their eyes. Close your eyes. Imagine a power strong enough to keep you safe. The sound fades into stillness. Only a faint hum remains, like the pulse of something vast awakening in the dark. This is where Hobbes's next idea begins, not in politics, but in imagination. Before men could build the Leviathan, they had to dream of it. It began as a vision, a longing born from fear and shaped by reason. Humanity, tired of chaos, began to imagine a single power that could protect everyone from everyone else. We dream of kings not to rule us, the voice continues, but to protect us from ourselves. It is a haunting truth. Hobbes saw that the greatest danger to man is not nature, nor beasts, nor gods, but man himself. Our intelligence, our ambition, our hunger for survival. These same gifts that make us powerful also make us dangerous. Left without limits, they devour everything. And so, to preserve life, we create something larger than ourselves, an idea strong enough to restrain the very hands that built it. Hobbes called this creation the Leviathan, not a monster, but a metaphor, a collective body made from the will of all, an artificial soul formed from fear and reason combined. In his words, the multitude so united in one person is called a commonwealth. In Latin, civitas. This is the generation of that great Leviathan, which is but an artificial man. The narrator's tone grows more meditative, drifting like a tide. Imagine that you are part of something greater, a vast body, breathing through 1,000 hearts, thinking through one mind. The image unfolds gently, not violent or grand, but slow and luminous. Each individual, once alone in fear, now becomes a cell in the body of order. Together, they create the very thing they once feared, power. Yet in this unity, that power becomes something sacred, almost divine. Hobbes did not imagine this as tyranny. He saw it as protection, the rational response to chaos. To him, the sovereign was not a god to worship, but a wall to shelter behind. Without it, humanity would fall back into the state of nature, that sleepless world of suspicion and war. The narrator speaks softly, his words like ripples in still water. To create peace, we must surrender a part of our freedom, not because we are weak, but because we are wise. This surrender is not humiliation, it is design. It is the mind's acknowledgement that absolute liberty leads not to happiness, but to fear. Hobbes believed that freedom, without structure, becomes its opposite, a return to chaos. So men give up a portion of their rights in exchange for safety. creating the first true covenant of civilization. He wrote, "The only way to erect such a common power as may be able to defend them from the invasion of foreigners and the injuries of one another is to confer all their power and strength upon one man or one assembly of men that may reduce all their wills by plurality of voices unto one will." The narrator breathes out slowly. It sounds simple, but it is the most complex act of the human spirit. To trust another with the power to protect you from yourself. In this moment, the listener feels the paradox at the center of Hobbes's thought. The true control begins with surrender. The fear that once divided men now binds them. The chaos that once tore them apart now gives birth to unity. The desire to survive becomes the architecture of peace. The tone grows warmer, softer, a sense of awakening, but not yet triumph. This is the dream of control, not dominance, but balance, not the crushing of freedom, but its transformation into safety. Hobbes understood that the Leviathan would not live in one ruler, but in the shared imagination of society itself. It would exist wherever men agree to uphold order. It is the invisible body of cooperation, the silent law that keeps the streets safe at night, the reason a child can sleep without fear. In this sense, the Leviathan is not just a government. It is a state of mind, a collective conscience that whispers, peace is worth obedience, life is worth restraint. The narrator's voice now slows into something almost hypnotic. Every law we follow, every rule we keep, is part of that living body, the Leviathan within us. We do not bow to it. We build it. We breathe it into existence. This is why Hobbes called it artificial. It is not born of nature, but of reason. It is humanity's greatest invention. The bridge between fear and order, instinct and understanding. Without it, civilization would dissolve back into the restless tide of self-preservation. He wrote, "By art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth or state, which is but an artificial man, though of greater stature and strength than the natural, for whose protection and defense it was intended." The narrator reflects on this quietly, letting the listener absorb the idea. Perhaps the Leviathan is not something outside us at all. Perhaps it begins inside, as the quiet voice that chooses understanding over impulse, harmony over chaos. The music swells softly, not dramatic, but wide and oceanic, like breathing in unison with something larger. This is the heart of Hobbes's philosophy, that the greatest power we can imagine is not divine intervention, but human cooperation. The Leviathan is the collective dream of control, the promise that through unity, even fear can be made useful. The narrator whispers, "We are the hands that built it. We are the breath that keeps it alive." The sound fades again into stillness, leaving only a low hum, the sound of thought continuing beneath silence. The chapter closes not in triumph, but in balance, preparing the listener for the next movement, the moment when this dream of control will take form, when imagination becomes structure and the abstract becomes real. The final lines come as softly as sleep. Reason imagined peace and called it Leviathan. It is not a king, it is not a monster, it is the mind, learning to govern itself. Silence follows the dream of power. The image of the Leviathan, vast, protective, imagined into being, still lingers in the mind. But now, that dream begins to take shape, not in one ruler or one law, but in something deeper, a shared understanding. For the first time, humanity begins to see itself not as 1,000 frightened bodies, but as one collective spirit awakening from fear. The narrator's voice comes softly, like a breath between thoughts. Perhaps peace requires surrender, not of the body, but of fear itself. It is here that Hobbes's great idea of the social contract begins, not yet written in law, but felt as an emotional turning point. Before there was order, there was longing. Before there was the state, there was trust, fragile, tentative, but real. Men who had once stood apart begin to move toward one another. They look at their neighbors and realize that everyone carries the same fear, the same exhaustion, the same wish for peace. The war of every man against every man cannot go on forever. Something must give, not their weapons, not their pride, but their fear, Hobbes wrote. The passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them. This is where his philosophy becomes deeply human. Peace is not an ideal. It is a negotiation with fear. Each man, moved by reason and necessity, begins to make a quiet promise. If you let me live, I will let you live too. The narrator's tone grows warm, steady, and intimate. The kind of voice that makes even abstract ideas feel personal. This is not surrender. It is recognition. The realization that your safety depends on mine, and mine depends on yours. In that recognition, something extraordinary happens. A kind of collective awakening. For centuries, humanity had lived as scattered individuals, driven by instinct and isolation. But now, under the slow guidance of reason, they begin to feel the outline of a greater unity. It is as if the human race, long divided by fear, finally exhales together for the first time. The music swells softly beneath the words, low strings, slow tempo, carrying the sense of something vast and gentle unfolding. We dream of kings not to rule us, the narrator repeats, but to protect us from ourselves. And now we begin to see what that dream means. It is not about obedience. It is about agreement. The Leviathan was never meant to be a tyrant. It was meant to be the reflection of our collective promise, the embodiment of trust given form. Hobbes described it simply: a commonwealth is instituted when men agree amongst themselves, everyone with everyone, that to whatsoever man or assembly of men shall be given by the major part the right to represent them all. Everyone shall authorize all the actions and judgments of that man or assembly of men in the same manner as if they were his own. The narrator pauses, letting the listener absorb the weight of that thought. To agree, he says gently, is to give a part of yourself, not your freedom, but your fear. It is to build safety from within. And slowly, the image forms, a gathering of people beneath an open sky, hands trembling but reaching out. There is no king yet, no crown, no ceremony, only the quiet understanding that survival requires cooperation. Fear, once a wall, becomes a bridge. This is the emotional birth of the social contract. It begins not in words, but in silence, in the shared pulse of those who finally realize that peace cannot be kept alone. The narrator's tone grows softer, more meditative, guiding the listener like a voice inside a dream. Imagine the world holding its breath, 1,000 hearts deciding, almost at once, to trust. It is a fragile moment, but it is enough, because from this shared trust, everything else begins. Law, justice, order, community. The Leviathan becomes more than an idea. It becomes a covenant, a living agreement built from the logic of survival and the yearning of the soul. Hobbes knew that such trust could never be perfect. Suspicion would always linger. Fear would never fully vanish. But that was precisely why the Leviathan had to exist, not as perfection, but as protection. It was humanity's way of saying to itself, we cannot live without power, but power must begin in agreement. He wrote, by this institution of a commonwealth, every particular man is author of all the sovereign doth, and consequently, he that complaineth of injury from his sovereign, complaineth of that whereof he himself is author. To modern ears, this sounds harsh, but to Hobbes, it was liberation. For the first time, power was not divine. It was human. It was not given by God, but created by consensus. The Leviathan was not born from fear of heaven, but from compassion for one another. The narrator's voice softens again, almost as if addressing the listener personally. You and I, and everyone who has ever lived under law, we are part of this same ancient promise. The peace you sleep in tonight was built by countless hands that once trembled with fear. In that thought, something profound happens. Fear transforms once again. It becomes gratitude. The same emotion that made us hide now allows us to rest. The same instinct that made us fight now teaches us to care. The music grows lighter, as though the world itself has exhaled. This is the beginning of belonging, the narrator says. The moment when humanity, for the first time, becomes we. And then comes the quiet reflection, the sound of peace not yet achieved, but already imagined. The Leviathan lives, faintly, in every heart that has chosen trust over terror. It is not a king's crown, but the simple, invisible bond between one person and another. The promise to protect what they fear most to lose. The final words arrive slowly, like dusk settling over the mind. Perhaps peace requires surrender, not of the body, but of fear itself. And in that surrender, humanity wakes together for the first time, not as enemies, but as one. The voice fades into the sound of slow breathing, as though the world itself is resting after its long unrest. And somewhere in that stillness, the Leviathan takes its first breath, not yet seen, but already alive. Night settles once more, but this time it feels different. The air no longer trembles with fear, nor hums with the restless motion of reason. It simply waits. The promise of agreement, that fragile awakening of trust, still hangs in the air like a breath held too long. Humanity has taken its first step toward unity, but before dawn, there is always stillness. The narrator's voice lowers to a whisper, calm and deliberate. They have dreamed of safety, imagined order, and reached out toward each other. But tonight, they are still afraid. It is not the old fear, not the primal terror of the state of nature. This is a quieter kind of fear, one born from awareness. To create peace, they must surrender something sacred, not just freedom, but the illusion of control. They stand on the edge of a decision that will change everything, to build something greater than themselves, something powerful enough to command their obedience, yet fragile enough to depend on their faith. The world holds its breath. Tomorrow, the voice continues softly, they will build a god, but tonight they are still afraid. That is the moment before the storm, the pause between idea and action, between thought and creation. The Leviathan has not yet risen. It exists only in the mind, a dream made of fear, reason, and necessity. The people know they cannot survive without it, yet they hesitate. For in giving life to this power, they will also give it their will. Hobbes understood this hesitation deeply. He knew that every covenant, every social contract is an act of both faith and fear. Faith that others will keep their word. Fear of what happens if they don't. He wrote, "The mutual transferring of right is that which men call contract." Simple words, but behind them lies the greatest leap humanity has ever made. To trade instinct for structure, chaos for order. The narrator speaks softly, almost like a meditation. This is not the end of fear, but its transformation, from the trembling of survival to the quiet awe of creation. The tone slows even more, leaving long spaces between sentences, letting each word breathe. It feels less like explanation and more like listening, as though the world itself has fallen still, waiting for the birth of something inevitable. Hobbes described the Leviathan as an artificial soul, a man-made god designed not for worship, but for protection. Yet tonight, before it is built, humanity senses the weight of what it means to create such a being. They are not forming just a government, but the very idea of authority. For the first time, men will obey not out of instinct or fear of one another, but from a shared belief in the necessity of order. And so, the silence deepens. The narrator's tone turns almost sacred, the kind of voice that blends philosophy and prayer. Every age has its night before creation, the quiet in which imagination decides the shape of what will come. In this stillness, the listener can almost feel the pulse of human thought. Slow, vast, collective. It is the same pulse that once moved through fear, that learned reason, that built trust. Now, it beats as one, carrying a single idea through the darkness. There must be something greater to keep us safe. The music underneath fades to near silence, a few low notes, like a heartbeat slowing. The atmosphere is weightless, suspended between endings and beginnings. For Hobbes, this is the most delicate moment of all. It is the point where philosophy turns into power, where words become will. He does not rush it. He lets it breathe. Because in this breath lies everything that makes us human, our capacity to imagine peace, to build gods out of reason, and to fear the very things we create. The narrator pauses, then says softly, "Every civilization begins with this same silence, the moment before trust becomes law. The world is poised, trembling not with panic but with purpose. The fear that once divided now unites. It is no longer a cry, it is a whisper that says, we will build something greater, we will endure. And yet, even as this hope forms, a quiet unease remains. For the Leviathan, this protector they will create will also hold immense power to make peace eternal. It must be strong enough to command, yet wise enough not to destroy. Humanity can sense the paradox, but cannot escape it. To live in order, they must first build something that can never truly be tamed. The narrator's voice becomes tender, reflective. This is the silence before the storm, not of violence, but of creation. The calm before reason takes form. The scene unfolds slowly, the sky pale with first light, the minds of men heavy with the knowledge of what must come next. Each person carries both hope and hesitation, knowing that tomorrow they will give life to something powerful, and in doing so, lose a part of themselves. Hobbes's words echo faintly through the silence. By art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth, for whose protection and defense it was intended. They will build it not out of faith in perfection, but out of fear of destruction. They will shape it not as a dream of power, but as a defense against the nightmares of the past. The narrator lowers his voice to a whisper now, as if speaking from within the listener's own thoughts. Do not mistake this stillness for peace. It is the weight of what comes next, the moment before humanity creates its greatest invention, authority. The music rises barely above silence, one note, drawn out, dissolving like fog over still water. And then comes the closing reflection, calm, slow, like the last breath before sleep. Tomorrow, they will build a god not of heaven, but of their own reason. And though they will call it peace, it will carry within it every shadow of their fear. The narrator pauses, then adds one final thought, almost inaudible. Tonight, they rest. Tomorrow, they begin again. The sound fades completely now. No music, no voice, only the soft hum of quiet, the kind of silence that is not empty, but full of potential. The listener feels calm, yet curious. The mind rests, yet wonders what will come next. And in that quiet curiosity, Hobbes's vision lingers, a world standing on the threshold of its own creation. The screen fades to black. Dawn rises slowly over the silence left by the night. No thunder, no storm, only the faint hum of light returning. Humanity, exhausted by its long dream of fear and reason, wakes to something fragile yet new. The Leviathan has not yet been born, but the world has already changed. People now understand that their fear is not an enemy. It is the beginning of understanding itself. The narrator's voice is calm, rhythmic, like the steady sound of breathing. Breathe. In this breath lives the story of all humankind. It is an invitation, not just to reflect, but to feel, to trace the arc of everything that has unfolded, from chaos to order, from darkness to thought, from isolation to unity. Hobbes's philosophy, when stripped of its iron and law, is not about control. It is about the simple truth that all order begins with the breath of fear, the instinct to survive. And that reason is how we learn to breathe through it. In this reflection, the tone is soft, almost weightless. Each sentence drifts like light on water. Fear was the first motion, the narrator says. It taught us to move, to hide, to protect. But reason taught us to look back, to see what we were running from. This is where the mirror of fear appears. Not a mirror that distorts, but one that reveals. Hobbes believed that to understand human nature, we must look directly into our own reflection, unguarded and honest. He wrote in Leviathan, "For by art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth, or state which is but an artificial man. The artificial man begins with a real one, with you, with me, with the pulse of fear that makes us human. The narrator continues, his voice deep and even. In every age, fear has been our teacher. It built our shelters, guided our prayers, and shaped our dreams. We have run from it, fought it, named it evil, but we have also grown because of it. The sound of soft ambient tones, like the rhythm of distant waves, fills the silence between words. The listener is gently drawn inward, toward stillness. Look into that mirror, the voice invites. You will not see a monster. You will see motion, the same motion that makes your heart beat, that carries your breath, that turns thought into language. To fear is to live. In Hobbes' world, this was the foundation of all philosophy, not to deny fear, but to understand it. Fear and I were born twins, he once said. It was not despair, it was a confession. He had learned that every search for peace begins with the acceptance of fear's presence. To know peace, you must first know the noise that peace quiets. The narrator lingers on the thought. We do not escape fear. We transform it. We give it meaning. We let it speak, and through reason, we learn to listen. This gentle rhythm becomes a kind of meditation. The listener no longer feels the need to analyze, only to breathe. As the reflection deepens, the world of Hobbes transforms from a place of war and division into something intimate, human, almost tender. His harsh descriptions, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, were never meant to condemn humanity, but to awaken it, to remind us that without structure, without trust, life collapses inward. But with understanding, even fear can become a foundation for something sacred. Every philosophy, the narrator whispers, is a mirror turned toward fear. And yet, in Hobbes' mirror, fear does not destroy. It reveals the shape of the human soul. It shows us the frailty of life, the hunger for connection, and the strange beauty of vulnerability. He understood that fear is not only what divides us, it is also what unites us. Every person who has ever lived has known its pulse. It is the common rhythm of existence, the breath we all share. The narrator breathes audibly, inviting the listener to follow. Inhale, feel the motion of life. Exhale, let the world settle into stillness. For a moment, the entire journey of the Leviathan condenses into this one act of breathing, the movement between chaos and calm. Hobbes' materialism, so often misunderstood as cold or mechanical, becomes something luminous here. To him, thought itself was motion, emotion was vibration, life was the ceaseless circulation of energy. The human being, far from being divine, was still wondrous, a living machine capable of reflection, capable of peace. In this light, fear is not a flaw. It is the first engine of wisdom. Without fear, the voice murmurs, there would be no reason to build, no will to think, no need to seek peace. The tone grows gentler still, almost imperceptible, as if dissolving into sleep. So breathe and remember that fear is not the enemy of calm. It is the breath that precedes it. The narrator pauses, letting silence return. The world feels slower now, safer. The listener can feel how the story has circled back to its beginning, only to reveal that the beginning was never chaos, but the possibility of order. In this stillness, Hobbes's philosophy feels less like theory and more like meditation, the movement of the human mind from confusion to clarity. Fear was the first motion, reason the second. Together, they compose the eternal rhythm of becoming. The narrator closes softly. We began in fear. We learned to breathe through reason. And now, in the quiet between chaos and order, we see ourselves whole, fragile, awake. The music fades into a single lingering note, like the last light before dusk. The listener is left not with anxiety, but with calm. The awareness that fear is no longer something to escape, but something to understand. It is the mirror that reflects everything that makes us human. And as the breath deepens, the story of the first journey, the first step toward the Leviathan, draws to a gentle close. Breathe, the narrator whispers once more, barely audible now. In this breath lives the story of all humankind. Silence rests gently upon reflection. The mirror of fear has shown its truth, that every act of reason, every breath of peace is born from what once terrified us. Humanity has seen its reflection clearly now. Fear is not an enemy to destroy, but a teacher to understand. The narrator's voice comes softly, steady as a slow tide. Fear is not darkness. It is the candle that burns before dawn. Those words are the essence of Thomas Hobbes. Beneath his arguments about laws, power, and the Leviathan, there is this quiet realization that fear, rightly understood, is wisdom in its earliest form. It awakens reason, sharpens attention, and leads the mind to seek peace. Without it, there would be no need for thought, no search for safety, no birth of order. The voice continues, slow and meditative. Think of fear not as a storm to hide from, but as the sound of the ocean before calm. It is the first movement of awareness, the moment life learns to protect itself. In Hobbes's time, this truth was radical. Others believed fear corrupted the soul, that courage required its absence. But Hobbes saw the opposite. He believed that fear, especially the fear of death, was what made humans capable of civilization. It was the force that pushed men to reason, to create rules, to build trust. He wrote, "The passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them." Here, in his calm logic, is something deeply compassionate. Hobbes did not see fear as weakness. He saw it as a natural guide, the most honest part of human experience. To be afraid is simply to know that life matters. The narrator pauses, allowing silence to stretch, as if to let that thought breathe. Fear reminds us that we wish to live, and to live well. The music behind the voice is almost imperceptible now. Low strings, a faint pulse, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. The listener is drawn inward, not to analysis, but to calm reflection. Acceptance, the narrator continues, is the gentle law. It is not written in books or carved in stone, but in a quiet understanding that to be human is to be vulnerable, and that is not something to resist. Hobbes's philosophy, at its deepest level, is not a command to dominate, but a call to accept, to see that we are not gods, not spirits beyond the reach of nature, but living beings bound by motion, need, and desire. He once wrote, "The life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short." But even in those harsh words lies compassion, the recognition that our shared fragility is what drives us to build societies, laws, and peace. The narrator's tone warms, deepens. To accept fear is to begin to understand yourself. To understand yourself is to begin to forgive the world. It is a truth that feels both ancient and immediate. Each listener, lying in quiet, can feel it. That fear does not vanish by force, but by acknowledgement. In the same way, we accept the rhythm of breath. We can accept the rhythm of fear, rising, falling, never meant to be conquered, only observed. The voice softens to a near whisper. Fear has always been our first teacher. It shows us the edge between life and loss. It whispers of what is fragile, and in doing so, it teaches us what to cherish. In Hobbes' logic, this understanding became the foundation for morality itself. He did not appeal to divine law or eternal virtue, but to the human instinct for preservation and peace. To him, reason was not a gift from heaven, but a refinement of fear, a way for humans to transform panic into prudence, violence into cooperation. He wrote, "Reason suggesteth convenient articles of peace upon which men may be drawn to agreement." That is what a gentle law truly is, not the command of rulers, but the whisper of nature urging calm. The narrator lets the idea unfold gently. This is not the law that punishes, but the law that understands, the law that lives inside you. It does not shout, it does not threaten. It simply says, "Be still, protect what is good, do no harm if peace is possible." As the listener absorbs this, the words seem to dissolve into quiet realization. The gentle law, the voice continues, is not about control. It is about balance, the harmony between fear and wisdom, between the instinct to survive and the will to live well. The tone shifts to something even softer, like a lullaby made of thought. In every breath, fear still exists, but you no longer need to resist it. It is no longer your enemy, it is your guide. It has done its work. It has brought you here, to the edge of understanding. This is where Hobbes' philosophy becomes more than theory. It becomes a meditation on human nature itself. The Leviathan, the laws, the social contract, all are external reflections of this same inner truth. That peace begins with acceptance, not denial. Hobbes' reason, so often mistaken for cynicism, was really an act of mercy. He did not condemn humanity for being afraid. He built a philosophy that allowed fear to find rest. Fear is not darkness, the narrator repeats softly. It is the candle that burns before dawn. And like that candle, fear's purpose is not to last forever, but to lead us toward light, to the understanding that peace is not given by power, but created by awareness. In the stillness, the narrator speaks one final time, the words almost floating in air. Acceptance does not mean surrender. It means to live without resistance to what is. It means to let fear complete its circle, to let it teach, and then let it go. The music swells, barely, as if the listener is being wrapped in warmth. Every note feels like exhalation, a release of tension that had been carried through the entire journey. Fear has fulfilled its purpose. It has guided, protected, enlightened, and now it can rest. The voice closes gently, as if speaking from a distance, or from within the listener's own mind. Let fear rest now. Let reason breathe. Let the gentle law guide you home. The breath slows, the light fades, the first hints of dawn are near, and in that in-between, that quiet moment where fear dissolves into peace, Hobbes's philosophy finds its true form, not as a warning, but as a whisper of understanding. The air is still heavy with the memory of chaos. The noise of war has quieted, yet the silence it leaves behind is louder than any cannon. In that silence, humankind begins to move again, not with certainty, but with trembling steps toward one another. Imagine a landscape scarred by centuries of conflict, villages turned to ash, faiths divided, every man a solitary island. The world that Hobbes inherited was not peaceful. It was exhausted. It had seen the price of pride, of divine wars, of men who claimed they could rule by the will of heaven. Beneath all this noise, Hobbes heard a deeper sound, the faint hum of fear that bound every human being together. He believed that fear, not love, is the first foundation of society. For when love fails, fear remains. It is the one emotion that touches us all equally. The beggar, the soldier, the king. Fear is honest. Fear does not pretend. It tells us that without each other, we are nothing but fragile bodies drifting in a violent sea. In the silence after war, Hobbes might have said, humanity whispered its first word, together. And in that whisper lay the beginning of a covenant. They did not come together out of goodness, but out of necessity. Each man had seen too much of solitude. The condition of man, Hobbes wrote, is a condition of war, of every man against every man. In such a state, there could be no art, no culture, no safety, only the raw pulse of survival. From this abyss, reason began to rise, like a thin thread of light breaking through storm clouds. What Hobbes saw was not despair, but the faint outline of order. He imagined fear not as the end of humanity, but as the soil from which peace could grow. Fear united them. Reason gave it a name. The name was covenant, a word that meant trust born not from love, but from the shared memory of pain. Picture 1,000 trembling candles, their flames bending in the same direction. Each one alone could be extinguished by a breath of wind, but together they create a light that resists the darkness. That light is what Hobbes called the social contract, the first fragile structure of order built upon the trembling ground of fear. As the night deepens, the world he describes feels familiar. We, too, have known the fatigue of conflict, the loneliness of distrust. In our own quiet ways, we still seek what they sought, a peace that will not disappear when the sun rises. Perhaps this is why Hobbes's vision endures, not as a cold theory, but as a mirror of the human condition. He does not ask us to be perfect. He only asks us to remember what happens when we are left alone with our desires. He tells us that peace is not a natural state. It is an achievement, a construction, a fragile bridge suspended over the chaos that lives in each of us. In his world, reason is not a philosopher's tool. It is a survival instinct. It teaches men to calculate their chances, to understand that a life of endless fear is worse than submission to law. It is by covenant only, Hobbes reminds us, that peace can be maintained. And so, mankind begins to sign the invisible pact, You will not harm me, and I will not harm you. The covenant doesn't erase fear, it transforms it. The same fear that once divided us now binds us together. Each person becomes both vulnerable and protected, both limited and free. This paradox, Hobbes believed, is the price of peace. As you listen now, imagine that same candlelight trembling across time. Imagine the voices of those first men and women, tired and afraid, reaching out in the darkness to say, enough. Their fear became their bond. Their reason became their map. And from the ruins of solitude, they began to build a world. The night of humanity's despair had ended, not because someone conquered, but because everyone surrendered, not to each other, but to something greater. The idea of order. Breathe. Let that thought settle. Even now, centuries later, the same truth remains. We live by the covenants we make, spoken and unspoken. We exist in the fragile calm that Hobbes once dreamed of, a calm born from fear, sustained by reason, and always one heartbeat away from breaking. So as you drift into rest tonight, remember this: peace is not the absence of fear, it is fear, tamed by trust. And like every flame in the dark, it survives only because we keep it alive together. The night after the covenant was born, the air grew still, not from exhaustion, but from fragile hope. Humanity had taken its first breath together, yet that breath trembled, uncertain of its own strength. Out of the silence, Hobbes saw something extraordinary beginning to form. Not a monument of stone, but an invisible architecture rising between hearts. He called it the social contract. It was not a treaty signed by kings, nor a document sealed with blood. It was simpler and far more profound. Each man looked upon another and thought, perhaps I can live if he does not harm me. In that small calculation of fear and reason, the foundation of peace was laid. Hobbes imagined it as a bridge suspended over the abyss, a narrow crossing built from the fragile materials of trust and necessity. He wrote, "The mutual transferring of right is that which men call contract. To live in peace, each person had to give up a fragment of their natural freedom, the wild right to take, to conquer, to destroy. Freedom, in its purest form, meant chaos. Safety, in its truest form, required surrender. The balance between these two became the heartbeat of civilization. Each breath of trust became a brick in the invisible wall of peace. It was not built overnight. It was not built by saints. It was built by those who were tired of fear. In Hobbes's world, every law, every government, every shared rule is a quiet promise whispered into the darkness. I will not be your enemy if you will not be mine. This idea, so gentle yet so absolute, redefined the meaning of power. It was no longer about who could rule, but about who could be trusted. Fear no longer ruled through swords. It ruled through understanding. Hobbes believed that in this fragile cooperation lay the only hope for lasting peace. Covenants without the sword are but words, he wrote. A reminder that even the most sacred promise requires strength to endure. In the world he imagined, the social contract became the great equilibrium between chaos and control. It was not perfection that united people, but the shared desire to survive without tearing each other apart. The invisible bridge they built was not made of faith, but of reason, of men deciding with clear minds and trembling hearts. that peace was worth the price of freedom. As your thoughts drift tonight, imagine that bridge stretching across the centuries. Each plank is a decision, each beam a breath of compromise. Beneath it, the abyss still waits. The chaos of selfish will, the ancient hunger for dominance. Above it, the air hums with quiet order held aloft by the unseen weight of collective choice. Hobbes understood that safety and submission are twins born of the same fear. To be safe, he reasoned, is to agree not to be entirely free. In his philosophy, peace demands discipline and order demands sacrifice. Yet, he didn't mourn this loss. He saw it as the moment humanity grew wise, the moment we realized that to master our fear, we must first obey it. There is a strange beauty in this surrender. It is not the submission of the weak, but the wisdom of the weary. Those who have known chaos understand that freedom without restraint is its own kind of prison, a restless wandering through endless danger. The covenant was our escape, not from fear itself, but from the loneliness it created. Close your eyes. Picture a city slowly forming in the darkness, walls rising not from stone, but from shared breath. Each promise glows faintly, like a candle lit in trust. Together, these lights weave into a pattern, the first shape of society. Within it, people no longer hide from one another. They begin to speak, to trade, to rest. The hum of survival softens into the rhythm of life. Still, Hobbes knew how delicate this architecture was. He warned that peace is never a gift. It must be built and guarded every day. The obligation of subjects to the sovereign, he said, lasts as long as the power by which he is able to protect them. Trust, in his eyes, was not eternal. It was conditional. Breathing only as long as the structure of order held firm. And yet, in that fragility, there is grace. For what could be more human than to keep building, even knowing it may fall? To keep trusting, even knowing we could be betrayed? Hobbes believed that this act, this willingness to risk, was the truest form of courage. As you drift deeper into the quiet of this thought, let your breath follow the rhythm of his idea. Inhale the freedom we give. Exhale the peace we receive. This is the balance that built our world. Perhaps tonight, you too can feel it, that invisible bridge beneath your thoughts, holding you steady above the chaos. The social contract may be unseen, but it lives within every act of trust, every moment of restraint, every soft agreement between fear and reason. So breathe gently. The architecture still stands, and in every quiet corner of your life, with every unspoken promise you keep, you help rebuild the same fragile bridge that once saved us all. The covenant had been spoken into existence. Its rhythm echoed softly through the hearts of those who had made it. Men who once feared only each other now began to fear breaking their word. What was born as an act of survival was becoming something greater, something unseen yet deeply felt. In their search for safety, they had called order into being, and in that moment, order began to look back. The world Hobbes described was no longer a wilderness of endless fear. It was now a place where fear had shape, boundaries, and rules. The social contract, that fragile bridge built over chaos, had begun to solidify. But every bridge needs something to hold it in place. Without a force to bind their promises, men could easily return to war. Out of this quiet understanding, power was born. He wrote in Leviathan, "Covenants, without the sword, are but words." Peace required more than trust. It needed a guardian. The covenant alone could not enforce itself, for man's nature, Hobbes believed, is restless. Desire, ambition, envy, these movements of the soul never stop. Even the wisest heart trembles when temptation whispers. To preserve peace, the promise needed an enforcer, a power that could compel obedience without question. In every promise lies a seed of obedience. Hobbes understood that the act of agreement is never neutral. To say "I trust you" is also to say I will yield to something larger than myself. That is the paradox of civilization. Each person gains protection by surrendering a fragment of freedom. Each law we obey is both a cage and a shield. The narrator's voice slows here, soft yet steady. Imagine the world at dawn after centuries of darkness. The wind is calm, the air smells of new beginnings, and yet something heavy lingers beneath the silence. The awareness that freedom has changed. Humanity has stepped out of chaos, but also into the shadow of its own creation. Hobbes saw this shadow not as evil, but as necessary. He called it sovereign power, the artificial soul that would give life to the state. The multitude, he wrote, so united in one person, is called a commonwealth. This was no single man, no monarch of flesh and blood. It was a mind made of many minds, the first collective intelligence humanity ever imagined. It was not divine. It did not descend from heaven. It was built from fear, sustained by obedience, and guided by reason. And yet, it held a kind of holiness, not of spirit, but of necessity. Hobbes believed that this power, once created, must be absolute, or it would collapse back into chaos. To divide it would be to invite war again. To question it would be to reopen the door to fear. So the people who had once trembled in solitude now trembled together under a single idea: Leviathan. The philosopher's vision was both brilliant and unsettling. Power, in his view, was not a corruption of humanity, but its completion. For by art is created that great Leviathan, he wrote, which is but an artificial man. In those words lies one of the most haunting truths of political thought. We built a machine to keep ourselves safe, and then gave it a soul. As your breath slows, think of that image, an invisible giant rising slowly over the horizon. It is not born in fire or thunder, but in whispers and signatures. Every promise, every law, every surrender becomes a vein, a neuron, a spark in this new body of order. It does not walk, but it moves. It does not speak, but it commands. And yet, Hobbes does not speak of tyranny. He speaks of balance. The Leviathan exists not to crush men, but to bind them together, to hold a structure of trust so it does not crumble. Still, the weight of this creation cannot be ignored. In choosing safety, mankind also chose submission. In building peace, they built something that could rule even the hearts that made it. The narrator pauses, a quiet breath before reflection. Power, Hobbes reminds us, is not found in weapons or crowns, but in consent. The true ruler is not the king, but the agreement that made him king. Every time a person obeys a law, even silently, they give life to Leviathan again. Perhaps that is why Hobbes's philosophy still unsettles us today. It forces us to ask, do we serve power, or does power serve us? The answer, as always, lies somewhere in the middle, in a soft place between fear and reason. He saw clearly that humans crave order not because they are weak, but because they are wise. To survive, one must yield. To endure, one must trust. And in trusting, one inevitably obeys. It is not submission to a tyrant, but to the idea of peace itself. As night falls deeper, the boundaries between man and Leviathan blur. What began as a covenant among equals has become a structure that transcends them. Something vast began to rise, the narrator whispers. Not a man, but a mind made of many. It watches, it governs, it protects. And beneath its calm gaze, humankind rests, safe, yet uneasy. The world has found its peace, but it is a peace that breathes through power. So as you listen now, let this paradox settle gently in your thoughts. Every act of order carries the shadow of control. Every promise contains the seed of obedience. And every peace we build, no matter how gentle, stands upon the quiet surrender of our will. Tonight, the world sleeps under the watch of its own creation. And in that stillness, somewhere between safety and silence, the Leviathan begins to stir. The night after the covenant was sealed, a strange stillness fell upon the world. Humanity, for the first time, stood within the shelter of something greater than itself. They had tamed fear, chained chaos, and built a fragile peace upon the bones of reason. Yet as dawn crept over the horizon, that peace began to take form, vast, silent, and watching. It was no longer an idea whispered between frightened men. It was becoming a being. Hobbes called it Leviathan. He wrote in his masterpiece, "For by art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth or state, which is but an artificial man." To him, the state was not merely an institution, it was a living organism, a mind made of many minds, a body made of countless bodies. It breathed through laws, it saw through authority, and it moved through the obedience of those who gave it life. The voice of the narrator softens, almost reverent. A body made of 1,000 bodies, breathing as one. Imagine this vast being stretching across the land, invisible yet omnipresent. Its heart beats through every contract. Its veins flow with the will of the people. Its hands reach through every law. And its eyes, those unseen eyes, watch over all. Hobbes saw it not as a monster, but as salvation. For in his time, peace itself felt like a miracle. They built peace and called it a god. The power of Leviathan did not come from divine right, nor from the heavens. It came from men, from their collective surrender of fear into trust, and of freedom into order. Each person became a cell in this vast body, their individuality absorbed into something larger, safer, and colder. The king was not the true ruler, he was only the face of this enormous being. Behind his crown lay the collective heartbeat of mankind. Hobbes believed this fusion was both necessary and beautiful. The multitude so united in one person is called a commonwealth, he wrote, in which the sovereign is the soul. The body could not live without its soul, and the soul could not exist without the body. The people and the sovereign were one and the same, bound by reason, held together by fear, and driven by the instinct to survive. In his vision, Power was not evil. It was organic. It was the natural evolution of human cooperation, the point where chaos matured into order. Without it, life would again dissolve into solitary struggle. But with it, humankind could build cities, write laws, create art, and rest beneath the shadow of protection. The narrator pauses, the tone hushed and meditative. Picture that moment in human history, the birth of something neither divine nor human, yet containing both. People could finally sleep without fear of the sword. They could walk among strangers and trust that law would guard them. The invisible hand of Leviathan rested gently upon them, promising safety at the price of submission. And yet, within that safety lay the first whisper of unease. In creating a being powerful enough to protect them, mankind had also created something powerful enough to rule them. The covenant that gave birth to peace had also planted the seed of dependency. Hobbes saw this clearly, that the same unity that freed us from chaos could also enslave us to order. For the safety of the people, he wrote, is the supreme law. But what happens when the guardian forgets the people it was meant to serve? The image of Leviathan remains haunting because it is familiar. Even today, we live within its body. Every system of government, every social order, every law we obey, they are the muscles and nerves of the same creature Hobbes envisioned. We may not see it, but we feel it. Its breath is the rhythm of our collective life. Its silence is the calm of our cities. Its movement is history itself. To Hobbes, this was not tyranny, but truth. He did not dream of rebellion or utopia. He dreamt of survival. Without a common power to keep them all in awe, he warned, they are in that condition which is called war. He believed that peace required something absolute, a sovereign strong enough to bind men together, and feared enough to keep them from tearing the world apart again. As your breath slows, think of this philosophy not as politics, but as meditation on the human condition. Every choice we make between freedom and security echoes Hobbes's question: how much of ourselves must we surrender to feel safe? To be part of the Leviathan is to live both protected and possessed. To live outside it is to face chaos alone. There is something profoundly human in that paradox, the longing for safety and the fear of control. Hobbes did not condemn this tension. He embraced it. He saw it as the heartbeat of civilization itself. Without fear, there is no obedience. Without obedience, there is no peace. And without peace, there can be no life worth living. So the people built peace and called it a god. They gave it their trust, their freedom, and their will. And as they slept beneath its shadow, the Leviathan opened its eyes. It was vast. It was calm. It was made of them. The narrator's voice fades into a whisper. Perhaps tonight, as you rest, you too can sense it, the quiet pulse of order moving through every human bond. You are part of it, as Hobbes said, a thought among thoughts, a cell among millions. The Leviathan breathes, and so do you. Peace hums softly in its chest, and within that rhythm, humanity still dreams of balance. The Leviathan now stood tall, vast, silent, and whole. Humanity had poured its fear, its trust, and its reason into this artificial being, and in return, it promised protection. Yet Hobbes understood what others could not. Every promise of safety carries a quiet cost. The breath that once whispered freedom now spoke a new word: obedience. Peace, Hobbes wrote, is not free. It is built upon obedience. The tone softens, almost like a lullaby told in shadow. Imagine the great body of Leviathan shimmering in the early light, the faces of thousands forming its skin, their breath moving through its chest, their hopes pulsing through its veins. Each one of them, by signing the covenant, had offered something precious, the right to decide for themselves. In giving up that power, they gained peace. In surrendering, they were saved. Hobbes did not see this as tragedy. He saw it as necessity. Covenants without the sword are but words. Promises alone, he warned, cannot protect. Without a force to ensure obedience, the fragile bridge of peace would collapse into chaos once again. Thus, from the ashes of fear, sovereignty was born, a power absolute, undivided, and unchallengeable. He described it with clarity that chills and comforts all at once. The only way to erect such a common power is to confer all their power and strength upon one man or one assembly of men, that may reduce all their wills by plurality of voices unto one will. In other words, many minds had to become one mind. Many desires had to become one law. Only then could peace survive. The narrator's voice deepens, calm, reflective, like the ocean before dawn. To be protected, you must obey. It is not a command, but an observation, a truth as steady as gravity. In Hobbes's world, the sovereign is not a tyrant born of cruelty, but an answer born of fear. The people, trembling in the ruins of war, needed something greater than themselves to bind them. They chose to give their will to a single authority, not because they were weak, but because they understood that freedom without control would always end in destruction. Hobbes compared this act to breathing. You inhale order, you exhale freedom. It is the rhythm of peace. For the laws of nature, he said, are contrary to our passions. Men, left alone, follow appetite and pride. Only under a sovereign can those passions be contained and redirected toward harmony. The Leviathan, then, was not just a body made of bodies. It was a will made of obedience. Its strength came not from violence, but from consent. The people, by yielding their power, created something that could now stand above them. Yet there is beauty in this surrender, if one listens closely. The surrender Hobbes described was not humiliation. It was a kind of trust, the trust that reason would prevail over chaos. To obey was to participate in the preservation of peace. It was to recognize that without a higher power to guide them, humans would drift endlessly in the current of fear and desire. The voice softens further, guiding the listener inward. To obey is not to lose yourself, Hobbes would have said, but to become part of something that endures. And yet, as the light of sovereignty spreads, so too does its shadow. Power, once created, develops its own hunger. The Leviathan, once a guardian, now stands as a god among men. It watches, protects, and demands. To be protected, you must obey. The phrase echoes again, but now with a different weight. Its comfort begins to cool into distance, its safety into silence. Still, Hobbes remains steadfast in his conviction. The alternative, he reminds us, is far worse. To live without a sovereign is to return to the state of nature. where every man is enemy to every man. In that world, there are no laws, no art, no progress, only fear and the endless anticipation of violence. Compared to that chaos, even the cold peace of Leviathan is mercy. The philosophy is not romantic. It is sober, pragmatic, and hauntingly human. Hobbes did not write for idealists. He wrote for those who had seen war, those who knew that safety must sometimes wear the face of authority. To obey was not to be enslaved, but to survive. As your thoughts drift, imagine standing before that immense figure, not a monster, not a man, but an idea incarnate. Its silence feels like calm. Its stillness feels like law. You can almost hear the faint hum of order in its chest, the quiet pulse of civilization that beats because people chose to bow. It is a strange comfort to know that you no longer have to fight alone. But in that comfort lies a whisper of unease. For if peace depends on obedience, what becomes of the soul that questions? Hobbes's answer was clear. Peace demands restraint, not rebellion. The Leviathan's peace is not warm, but steady, not free, but safe. And perhaps, for those who have lived too long in fear, that is enough. The voice grows softer, fading toward reflection. Peace is not free. It is built upon obedience. That sentence, like a heartbeat, repeats through centuries. It asks no allegiance, only understanding. To obey, in Hobbes's sense, is to participate in a collective dream, the dream of safety, of order, of civilization itself. And yet, it reminds us that every dream of control carries the faint scent of surrender. So breathe quietly. Feel the slow rhythm of structure surrounding you. The laws, the systems, the silent protections that make your world calm enough to sleep. You are both maker and subject of the Leviathan. The peace you rest in tonight was not given. It was built upon fear, upon reason, upon obedience, and somewhere in that vast stillness between protection and submission, Hobbes's truth continues to hum. To be protected, you must obey. The covenant had been sealed. The Leviathan stood, vast and unwavering, and humanity exhaled in relief. The wars had ended. The chaos that once tore villages apart had dissolved into silence. But in that silence, something new began to take shape. A quiet, invisible pressure. Peace had arrived, but it carried weight. It pressed softly upon every thought, every motion, every breath. The air is still, the narrator whispers, yet heavy with protection. From a distance, the world seemed calm. Roads were safe. Voices obeyed. The laws that once felt distant now pulsed through every heartbeat. People no longer feared one another. They feared disobedience. The sword of Leviathan, unseen but always present, hovered above them like a silent guardian. This was the peace Hobbes envisioned, built not on faith or love, but on structure and awe. He had written with clarity that still unsettles the modern mind. Covenants without the sword are but words. In his view, it was not enough to desire peace. One must enforce it. Without power, laws were only whispers in the dark. Yet the more peace became secure, the more obedience became instinct. It was no longer chosen. It was breathed. Hobbes did not mourn this. He accepted it as the nature of survival. In his world, peace and control are not enemies. They are twins. born from the same mother. Fear. To be protected, you must obey, he had said. And now that obedience thickened the air like mist before dawn. The narrator's tone deepens, reflective, slow, meditative. Picture a city under the Leviathan's gaze. The streets are empty but ordered. The walls stand firm. The night is quiet. No one raises their voice, not from oppression, but from habit. It is as if the soul of the people has learned to move in rhythm with the sovereign's will. Every act of obedience feeds the great machine. Every silence keeps it alive. And yet, in that calmness lies an unease too delicate to name. The peace feels perfect, perhaps too perfect. The stillness no longer feels like rest, but like restraint. The people have traded noise for quiet, freedom for safety, chaos for control. Hobbes understood this tension better than anyone. He never promised a paradise. He promised survival. His philosophy does not paint a utopia. It describes a system that works because it reflects what we are. Humans are creatures of desire, he said. Always reaching, always fearing, always competing. Left alone, these instincts clash. Only a power greater than any individual can hold them together. The Leviathan is that power, a body made of obedience. Its strength is the submission of those within it. Its breath is the law. The air is still, yet heavy with protection. The stillness that once soothed now begins to press down gently on the spirit. To live under Leviathan is to exist in a delicate balance between gratitude and surrender. One feels safe, but not entirely free, peaceful, but slightly numb. The protection is real as the weight that comes with it. The narrator pauses, letting the quiet expand. Hobbes did not see this as corruption, but as truth. He believed that fear is the first teacher of wisdom, and obedience is the discipline that sustains it. Without obedience, the world fractures. Without fear, the world forgets the cost of peace. His vision is not one of cruelty, but of realism. He looked at mankind, ambitious, anxious, full of restless energy, and knew that without the steady hand of control, we would destroy the very peace we long for. He once wrote, "The condition of man is a condition of war of everyone against everyone." The Leviathan, in his eyes, was the cure, not perfect, but necessary. As the listener drifts deeper, the narration softens into reflection. Imagine lying beneath that vast, invisible presence, the hum of civilization surrounding you like a low, constant breath. Every law, every boundary, every act of obedience is part of the rhythm. It does not crush you, but it reminds you. Peace is not weightless. It must be carried. There is comfort in that weight. If one listens closely, it is the weight of walls that protect you, the weight of systems that hold your world in place. It is the gentle gravity of belonging, the knowledge that your safety depends on the trust of millions who obey the same silent rules. But like all forms of gravity, it can also confine. The freedom to move is shaped by the very laws that keep you safe. Hobbes did not seek to free us from that paradox. He asked us to understand it. To live under Leviathan is to live in acceptance, not of domination, but of necessity. The peace we desire will always demand something in return. The narrator's tone becomes almost a whisper. Peace and control are two sides of the same breath. This is where chapter 2 closes, not in fear, but in contemplation. the Leviathan stands tall, serene, and eternal. Humanity, sheltered beneath its gaze, has finally found rest. Yet somewhere, in that perfect silence, the faint question lingers. What part of ourselves have we given away for the privilege of peace? The air remains still. The protection remains heavy. And within that weight, civilization continues to breathe, slowly, rhythmically, obediently. As the night deepens, the voice fades into calmness. The air is still, yet heavy with protection. Breathe with it. Feel its gravity. Know that this, too, is part of being human. To surrender a little, to be safe, to let the world hold you in its quiet order. And as the mind softens into stillness, peace and control dissolve into one final exhale. The Leviathan watches over all, silent and unmoving, and under its gaze, the world, for now, sleeps. The air of obedience still lingered, calm, thick, and unmoving. Under the quiet weight of Leviathan, humanity had found stability, though not quite freedom. Fear no longer roamed the streets. It had been transformed into structure, into the invisible rhythm of law. The chaos of war had dissolved, but its memory lived on, written carefully into every rule that now governed life. Each law, the narrator whispers, is a promise not to return to the storm. The world that Hobbes imagined was not perfect, but it was breathing. Each statute, each decree, each act of obedience became a soft exhale, the collective breath of civilization itself. Laws, to Hobbes, were not chains. They were lungs. They kept the body of society alive, drawing in order, releasing fear. Without them, Leviathan would suffocate. In Leviathan, Hobbes wrote, "The law is the public conscience by which all men are governed." It was not morality he sought to define, but survival. Laws were the translation of fear into peace, the written form of the covenant itself. To obey them was not submission, but affirmation, a reminder that reason had conquered chaos. The narrator's tone slows, each word gliding like a deep breath before sleep. Picture a city under the Leviathan's protection, its streets lit by the glow of stillness, its people moving quietly through the rhythm of daily life. No one raises their voice. No one fears the knock at the door. There is a kind of music in the silence, the hum of order, the soft pulse of justice. Justice, for Hobbes, was not divine or emotional. It was mechanical, the alignment of human will with human law. To break the law, he believed, is to break the very peace that gives you life. Justice was not an ideal. It was a function. It was the breath that kept the great body of Leviathan alive. Each law, he might have said, is a breath, a rhythm that keeps the storm asleep. In his eyes, justice was not born from compassion, but from the logic of necessity. The world had learned, through pain and fear, that peace was too fragile to survive without rules. The laws of nature, the instinct to seek peace, to fulfill covenants, to respect others, had to be codified, carved into something permanent. Hobbes called them the laws of nature, but they were not divine commandments. They were, in his words, precepts of reason. To live peacefully was to live rationally. To disobey law was not only to defy authority, but to betray one's own reason. to fall back into the primal chaos from which humanity had escaped. As the narrator speaks, the tone becomes gentler, almost hypnotic. The idea unfolds like a breath. Inhale, the making of law. Exhale, the peace that follows. The cycle repeats, steady and eternal. In Hobbes' world, law is not something to fear, but something to breathe with. It gives rhythm to the collective heart. It keeps the pulse of society from racing toward panic. To those who lived under Leviathan, this was the deepest comfort. For once, they no longer needed to guard their homes with suspicion, no longer needed to fight for every crumb of safety. The laws spoke for them. They carried the memory of terror so that the people could finally rest. Yet, in the stillness, the faint echo of dependence lingers. If laws keep the storm away, what happens when they are broken? What happens when the breath of justice falters? Hobbes knew the answer. It was the return of the state of nature, the unraveling of all that reason had built. For where there is no law, he wrote, there is no injustice. It was both a warning and a truth. Without the breath of law, peace dies silently. The narrator pauses. The stillness deepens. Justice, in Hobbes' eyes, is not about fairness. It is about survival. Laws do not promise happiness, only continuation. They are the quiet boundaries that allow civilization to exist. In obeying them, man chooses life over chaos, reason over instinct, order over noise. The tone softens further, guiding the listener toward reflection. Breathe slowly. It says, feel the weight of structure, the calm of boundaries, the quiet hum of peace. Every rule you live by, from the simplest courtesy to the grandest constitution, is part of the same breath that began centuries ago, when humanity first whispered, together. Peace, written in fear, spoken through law. It is not a peace of innocence nor of freedom. It is the peace of understanding that safety requires restraint and order requires obedience. Hobbes did not ask for a world without conflict. He asked for one that could endure it. In his world, law is not a prison, but a heartbeat, the pulse of reason echoing through time. As the story drifts towards silence, the air feels warm and heavy with calm. The Leviathan still breathes, slow, steady, eternal. Each law it speaks is a sigh of remembrance, a promise that the storm will not return. The narrator whispers softly, each law is a promise not to return to the storm. Let that thought rest in your mind like a gentle rhythm. Let it slow your pulse. The chaos outside these walls cannot reach you here, not while reason still breathes through the laws of peace. And as your eyes grow heavy, remember Hobbes' quiet truth. Peace is not given. It is maintained, one breath, one law, one promise at a time. The breath of justice had settled into rhythm. Laws moved through the world like quiet tides, shaping life without sound. The storm had passed. Humanity was safe. Yet beneath this peace, another question began to form. Not loud, not rebellious, but curious. What does it mean to be free under Leviathan? The voice of the narrator slows, warm and meditative, as if to cradle the thought before it fades. Hobbes knew this question would come. He anticipated it centuries before others dared to ask. His answer, though simple, carried the gravity of truth. The liberty of a subject lieth only in those things which the sovereign hath passed over. In other words, We are free where Leviathan allows us to be free. To the modern ear, it sounds unsettling, but to Hobbes, it was the only way peace could endure. True freedom, he believed, was not the absence of restraint, but the assurance that the restraints would hold, that the fragile walls of order would not crumble into violence again. Freedom is not the absence of chains, the narrator whispers. It is knowing they will not break. This is the calm center of Hobbes's philosophy. It is not rebellion that keeps us safe, but acceptance. The people under Leviathan's rule have no right to overthrow him, no permission to challenge his authority. To do so would unravel the covenant itself, the one fragile agreement that keeps civilization breathing. Yet, in return, they gain something deeper than freedom: security, the right to live without fear, the right to close one's eyes at night and know the world will still be whole by morning. The narrator pauses, letting the stillness grow thick, like fog over a sleeping city. It is a strange kind of peace, the peace of surrender, not victory. Hobbes saw it as wisdom, not submission. For the safety of the people, he wrote, is the supreme law. The sovereign exists for that purpose alone, to protect. The citizens exist not as subjects of a tyrant, but as organs within the great body of Leviathan, vital, dependent, secure. In this design, no man is above the law, not even the sovereign himself, for the sovereign is the law. He is the will of all made singular, the voice of reason that speaks on behalf of every fearful heart. His authority is absolute, not because he desires control, but because human nature cannot sustain peace without it. To Hobbes, rebellion was not a path to freedom, but a return to chaos. Once you strike at Leviathan, you strike at your own protection. He that complaineth of injury from his sovereign complaineth of that whereof he himself is the author. He wrote, to resist the power you created is to betray the fear that once saved you. The narrator's tone softens further, as if speaking to the listener directly. Imagine living in such a world, quiet streets, laws like soft walls around you, the hum of peace flowing steady through your days. You cannot move wherever you wish, but you no longer have to look over your shoulder. The freedom is limited, but it is safe. You breathe, and the Leviathan breathes with you. This is not the freedom of wild fields or open oceans. It is the freedom of shelter, of knowing that even in stillness, you are protected. Hobbes believed that the cost of absolute security is the surrender of absolute freedom. And yet, he argued, that is not a loss. It is a trade, one that turns chaos into civilization, fear into peace. In Leviathan, he calls this state the condition of security, where obedience is no longer a burden, but a form of trust. The obligation of subjects to the sovereign lasts as long as the power lasteth by which he is able to protect them. Thus, protection is not only a right, it is the foundation of all rights. The narrator breathes out the next words slowly, like a sigh of relief. To be protected, you must obey. But to be obeyed, the sovereign must protect. This balance, delicate as glass, is what Hobbes called justice. The people submit not out of love, but out of reason. For in the calculus of survival, safety always outweighs pride, and the sovereign governs not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. For his power is only as strong as his ability to preserve life. It is here that Hobbes's philosophy reaches its quiet beauty. In his world, peace is not a moral victory, but an equilibrium, a stillness born from mutual dependence. You obey because you wish to live. You are protected because you obey. The cycle is complete, and within that cycle, you rest. The voice fades softer, drawing the listener inward. This is not a freedom to run wild, but a freedom to rest without fear. It is not a freedom to destroy, but the freedom to endure. It is the stillness of knowing that the chaos outside has been contained, not destroyed, but tamed by reason. Freedom is not the absence of chains. It is knowing they will not break. Let that thought rest in your mind, quiet as the air after rain. The chains of Leviathan are not made of iron. They are made of trust. They are the silent bonds that hold humanity together when every other force fails. They are the breath of order, the rhythm of law, the heartbeat of peace. As the narrator's voice fades into the calm of night, the listener is left with a sense of vastness, of a world that no longer needs to fight, only to breathe. The storm has passed. The walls are steady. The air is still. Freedom remains, not wild, but safe. Not boundless, but unbroken. And as the world sleeps beneath Leviathan's watch, reason hums quietly through the darkness, soft, steady, eternal. The air was calm now. The rhythm of obedience had become natural, like breathing. The laws moved quietly through the world, shaping it without effort. People lived under the shelter of order, sleeping in the confidence that the Leviathan was watching. Peace had finally become a habit, not an aspiration, but a condition of existence. And yet, beneath that stillness, a quiet paradox began to take form. Hobbes had promised safety, and he had delivered it. But in the very heart of safety, a strange weight persisted. Peace, so deeply desired, began to feel like something else. Not oppression, not cruelty, but a soft kind of restraint. The narrator's voice slows, almost tender, like someone speaking to a half-forgotten truth. To keep the peace, one must silence the storm, even within. The chaos that once roared outside had been subdued. But what of the chaos inside? The Leviathan had tamed nations. But could it tame the restlessness of the human soul? Hobbes knew it could not. He had written that man's desires are endless, that there is no finis ultimus, no ultimate aim, nor summum bonum, greatest good, as is spoken of in the books of the old moral philosophers. The hunger for more never ends. It only grows quiet when fear teaches it to whisper. This, then, is the gentle tyranny of peace, the realization that in gaining safety, mankind has also lost the fire of struggle. The same fear that once forged unity now sustains stillness. Every passion that once built civilization is subdued under the promise of security. Hobbes did not see this as tragedy. He saw it as the cost of endurance. To live without fear, one must live without chaos. And to live without chaos, one must give up a part of oneself, the unruly, dreaming, unpredictable part that refuses to obey. For the safety of the people, he wrote, is the supreme law. Safety above all, even above the pulse of freedom. The narrator pauses, allowing the silence to deepen like a slow breath. It is a beautiful stillness, but it is not light. It hums with the faint vibration of something restrained, something almost forgotten. Peace has become so complete that even the storm within must sleep. Freedom, Hobbes would have reminded us, is not the absence of chains. It is knowing they will not break. In the Leviathan's peace, this truth takes on new meaning. The chains have become invisible. They no longer bind by force, but by acceptance. People obey not because they must, but because they cannot imagine a world without the laws that protect them. The voice lowers, gentle and reflective. It is easy to mistake quiet for happiness, easy to believe that peace, once achieved, will feel like liberation. But peace, in Hobbes's world, is not joy. It is balance. It is the quiet heartbeat of a society that dares not wake the chaos sleeping in its memory. In this world, to dream too loudly is to disturb the calm. To question too deeply is to shake the walls that keep order intact. Even thought becomes measured, cautious, obedient, a reflection of the very power that built the peace it serves. The Leviathan does not demand faith or worship. It demands stillness. It does not rage. It does not punish. It simply exists, vast, steady, unblinking. And so the people learn to quiet their own storms, to match the stillness of their protector. To keep the peace, one must silence the storm, even within. These words echo like a lullaby, comforting but tinged with melancholy. For the storm, though silenced, never disappears. It waits. It listens. It remembers what it means to move freely. Hobbes understood this deeply. The very reason peace must be maintained with such strength is because human nature itself is restless. He wrote that the passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them. Fear, desire, and hope, these three forces make us human. And under Leviathan, they are not destroyed, they are managed. The price of peace is not extinction, but containment. The narrator breathes the next word softly, like a closing prayer. There is a kind of serenity in that containment, a recognition that freedom is not always found in movement, but sometimes in stillness. To live under the gentle tyranny of peace is to accept that a storm within you will never vanish, but that you no longer have to fight it. The calm that Hobbes envisioned is not a silence imposed by cruelty, but one chosen by exhaustion. Humanity has fought too long, feared too much. Now it chooses quiet. It chooses the safety of structure over the uncertainty of freedom. It chooses to rest beneath the weight of its own creation. And so the world breathes as one. The Leviathan watches, neither kind nor cruel. The people move, not in defiance, but in rhythm. Each breath a repetition of the covenant that built this order. Fear has become peace. Obedience has become nature. The voice fades to a hush. Perhaps in this stillness there is wisdom. Perhaps peace, even if heavy, is better than the endless storm. Hobbes never promised joy, only survival. He offered not paradise, but permanence. A world where the storm sleeps and man can finally close his eyes without dread. The air remains calm. The laws hum quietly. The Leviathan stands unmoved. And in the silence between heartbeats, one truth endures. To keep the peace, one must silence the storm, even within. The stillness of peace had become so deep, so complete, that it began to resemble something sacred. People no longer spoke of Leviathan as an invention of man, but as something more, a being that stood above them, silent yet omnipresent, vast yet invisible. The storm had long been gone, but its echo still haunted the memory of humankind. Out of that echo, reverence was born. The narrator's voice softens like a whisper through candlelight. Close your eyes. Imagine power so vast, it no longer needs to raise its voice. In this world, Leviathan was no longer just a system, a political structure, or a sovereign ruler. It had become something transcendent, a god of order born from the ashes of fear. Hobbes never meant it to be divine, yet he understood the human heart too well. He knew that anything capable of ending fear would inevitably be worshipped. For what is faith, if not a quiet trust that the unknown will not destroy you? They gave it their fears, and it returned as faith. That is the secret transformation at the heart of Hobbes's vision. Humanity, in surrendering to Leviathan, did not lose its soul. It redirected it. The fear that once tore men apart became the glue that bound them together. Their submission became devotion. Their obedience became belief. It was not religion in the old sense, not prayer, not ritual, but something deeper, a spiritual acceptance of the necessity of power. There is no greater God than safety. The narrator continues, the tone calm, hypnotic. For in safety lies the promise that tomorrow will still come, that the walls will not fall, that the world will not revert to the chaos of before. Hobbes called this the mortal God, a phrase that carried both awe and warning. In Leviathan, he wrote, "For by authority given him by every man in the commonwealth, he hath the use of so much power and strength conferred on him, that by terror thereof he is enabled to conform the wills of them all to peace at home and mutual aid against their enemies abroad." To live under this mortal God was to live within a paradox. One was protected, but also possessed. The same force that shielded humanity from destruction now governed every movement, every thought, every breath of obedience. Yet to most, this was not oppression. It was deliverance. It was the quiet comfort of knowing that chaos had been tamed, that life had structure, that the vast machinery of the world moved with purpose. The narrator pauses, then lets the next words drift slowly. Humanity had built a God, not out of heaven's light, but out of human reason and fear. This God did not demand worship. It simply was. It needed no altar, no temple, no song. Its sanctuary was the law. Its prayer was silence. In that silence, people found peace. In that peace, they found safety. And in that safety, they found something that felt like faith. It is here that Hobbes's philosophy turns from politics to psychology. He saw what others refused to see, that the desire for protection is inseparable from the instinct to worship. The human mind seeks guardianship. It wants to believe in something stronger, something that will hold the world together when it feels itself breaking apart. For the people of Leviathan, that belief was no longer in gods above, but in the order they themselves had created. There is no greater God than safety. The words float like a mantra, soothing and unsettling at once. The peace that Hobbes imagined was not spiritual redemption. It was a bargain with fear. In that bargain, men traded the divine freedom for earthly security. They built a God not from heaven, but from necessity. To Hobbes, this was not blasphemy, it was clarity. He believed that fear of power invisible, feigned by the mind or imagined from tales publicly allowed, is religion, not allowed superstition. Leviathan, in this sense, became the rational God, the only one that could be proven to exist, because it was made by human hands. The narrator's tone deepens, drawing the listener inward, almost to the edge of a dream. You can almost hear the heartbeat of this creation, not divine thunder, but the low hum of civilization itself. Streets alive with quiet movement, cities breathing in unison. The fear that once screamed in the dark now hums softly beneath the rhythm of law. And yet, something in this piece feels ancient, even sacred. The people no longer pray for deliverance. They live within it. They no longer ask the heavens for mercy. They have given that power to their own creation. Hobbes's Leviathan is not a tyrant by cruelty, but by necessity. It demands nothing more than belief in its permanence. To question it is to question safety. To doubt it is to invite fear back into the world. And so, they remain silent. The narrator breathes softly before the final reflection. In this silence lies both peace and danger. The peace of protection, the danger of forgetting where power comes from. The Leviathan was born from human fear, sustained by human faith, and obeyed through human reason. But in the comfort of its shadow, man begins to forget that he was the one who built it. They gave it their fears, and it returned its faith. Perhaps that is the deepest truth of Hobbes's vision, that even in a world ruled by reason, man's heart still seeks a God. And if heaven remains silent, he will build one himself. The air fades into stillness again. The voice lowers to a whisper, serene yet heavy with awe. The world rests beneath its creation, calm and contained. The Leviathan breathes quietly in the dark, not as a monster, but as a God made of men. There is no greater God than safety. The storm is gone. The voices are quiet. And in this silence, holy, human, and fragile, peace has finally become eternal. The silence of reverence still lingered, like incense in a vast, unseen temple. Humanity had built its God, not from fire or light, but from law. The Leviathan now stood above all, not in heaven, but in the hearts and habits of men. Its presence was not worshipped in song, but felt in the quiet discipline of daily life. From this silence, a new theology began to form, not of miracles, but of reason. It was a faith without prayer, a devotion without saints. Hobbes called it the kingdom of reason under the mortal God. It was the religion of order. They did not pray for salvation. They obeyed for peace. The narrator's voice slows, low and steady, almost indistinguishable from a breath. In Hobbes's world, obedience was not submission, it was alignment. To obey was to participate in the great design of safety, to flow with the rhythm of law instead of against it. Salvation was no longer something to be earned in the afterlife. It was granted here, in the simple continuity of survival. Hobbes believed that the state was the true church, not because it replaced God, but because it governed the space in which human life could exist. He wrote, "The kingdom of God is acquired by covenant." In the same way, the covenant that created Leviathan became a sacred pact. The state was divine not in spirit, but in function. It kept chaos away. The narrator lets the words stretch softly into the air. There is no need for miracles where law prevails. And perhaps that is what makes Hobbes so haunting. His God does not descend from above. It rises from below, built from fear, reason, and necessity. This is not theology in the traditional sense. It is a theology without mystery, where faith is replaced by understanding, and obedience becomes a form of meditation. People did not kneel before Leviathan because they were forced to. They did so because they feared the alternative. Chaos was the only true hell, and law the only true heaven. The only way to erect such a common power, Hobbes wrote, is to confer all the power and strength upon one man or upon one assembly of men, that may reduce all their wills, by plurality of voices, unto one will. The narrator pauses, allowing the meaning to sink in. To live under Leviathan was to live under unity, the peace of one voice speaking for all. In that unity, the boundaries between politics and theology began to blur. Leviathan became both ruler and priest, judge and guardian. Its justice was absolute, its presence constant, its word final. They did not pray for salvation. They obeyed for peace. It is strange, and yet somehow calming. In a world that once trembled with endless conflict, this obedience feels almost like faith. People no longer prayed for deliverance because they no longer needed to. Deliverance had already come, not through divine grace, but through human reason. Hobbes saw this as the completion of history's oldest longing, the search for security. He understood that the heart of religion was never just about God. It was about order, about the comfort of knowing that someone, somewhere, was in control. Leviathan fulfilled that longing perfectly. The narrator's voice deepens into a thoughtful calm. In this theology of order, faith is not blind, it is rational. It is the belief that reason, when made absolute, can silence fear more completely than prayer ever could. There are no rituals here, no confessions, no blessings, only law. Law as scripture, law as mercy, law as the voice that replaces the divine. Hobbes's Leviathan is not a God of love, but of protection. It asks for no devotion, only trust. It promises no paradise, only survival. And yet, that promise is enough, because for Hobbes, survival is the highest good. The right of nature, he wrote, is the liberty each man hath to use his own power for the preservation of his own life. Leviathan merely institutionalizes that right, transforms it into peace. The tone grows softer, almost like a hymn murmured through reason. In this peace, men found stillness. The wars of belief were over. The fires of chaos were extinguished. The gods that once divided humanity had fallen silent, and in their place stood a single, vast, quiet order, a world governed by law instead of faith. Yet this peace was not passionless. It carried the dignity of something sacred, the solemn weight of necessity. People did not need to believe in miracles anymore. The greatest miracle had already happened. Humanity had learned to govern itself. Hobbes, ever the realist, did not pretend this system was perfect. He only believed it was possible. For the laws of nature, he said, are immutable and eternal. They are not divine commands, but rational truths, born from the same instinct that makes a heart beat, the instinct to live. The narrator breathes out the final lines slowly, each word like a drop of rain on still water. Peace has become prayer. Law has become faith. Order has become God. They did not pray for salvation. They obeyed for peace. This is the theology of Leviathan, not of angels and heavens, but of structure and silence, a faith that does not look upward, but inward, not toward eternity, but toward endurance. And in that quiet understanding, Hobbes found a kind of redemption, not of the soul, but of the world itself. The music fades into a deep, steady hum, like the slow exhale of a sleeping giant. The Leviathan rests, the people rest, and reason, calm, absolute, eternal, watches over them all. The voice of order still hummed softly through the world. The Leviathan stood unshaken, vast, calm, eternal, and under its shadow, humanity rested. The air was still, almost holy. The sound of obedience had become the rhythm of life itself. For a time, it seemed as though the story of fear had found its end in peace. But peace, if held too tightly, begins to whisper. The narrator's tone grows gentler, slower, as though the words themselves hesitate to disturb the stillness. Beneath the serenity, something subtle begins to stir, not rebellion in action, but in thought. The kind of unrest that moves silently through the mind before it ever reaches the tongue. They did not pray for salvation. They obeyed for peace. And yet, somewhere deep within, a quiet question began to rise. What is peace if it costs the soul its motion? It began not with noise, but with silence. The kind that lingers after the world has grown too calm. The Leviathan had built perfect order, and yet in that perfection, man began to feel the echo of his own absence. The same fear that once bound humanity together now began to take a new form, the fear of what they had become. Hobbes foresaw this paradox. He wrote that covenants without the sword are but words. But what happens when the sword no longer protects from enemies, only from the self? What happens when safety itself becomes the cage? The voice lowers, steady as a slow heartbeat. We are safe now, but from what we have become, there is no safety. This is not the rebellion of fire or blade. It is the rebellion of awakening. The soft realization that perhaps humanity, in escaping the chaos of nature, has imprisoned something essential within. The Leviathan had promised to protect them from fear, and it did. But in doing so, it taught them to forget the value of uncertainty. The wild, unpredictable pulse that once made life feel alive. Under the calm, people began to dream, not of freedom, but of movement, of breath that was not measured, of voices that could rise without permission. The rebellion was not shouted, it was breathed. It existed in the small pauses between laws, in the lingering thought that peace might not be the final truth. Hobbes would not have condemned them for this feeling. He understood that even within the most ordered system, the human heart remains restless. Desire, he said, is the first and last of all motions. And so long as desire survives, so too does the possibility of rebellion, not against rulers, but against the stillness that forgets what it means to live. The narrator's tone grows warmer, as if confiding a secret. Perhaps this is the nature of all great creations. The moment they reach perfection, they begin to invite imperfection back in, not as a threat, but as a reminder. The still water longs for ripples. The quiet mind longs for thought. Even peace, in its purest form, begins to ache for change. And so the silent rebellion begins, not outside the walls, but within them. It starts in the small, unspoken doubts that move through the hearts of those who once believed. A sigh too long, a glance that lingers, a thought that refuses to dissolve, each one a flicker of something ungoverned. The music, faint and fluid, begins to drift like mist. The voice follows it, low and contemplative. They had built a god of reason, but perhaps they had given it too much of themselves. The Leviathan no longer needed to command. Its power was sustained by habit, by acceptance. And yet, in every obedient heart, a faint tremor remained, the trace of an older instinct, one that remembered motion, uncertainty, risk. This is not disobedience. It is the gentle return of curiosity. The question that every civilization must face: can we be safe and still be human? We are safe now, but from what we have become, there is no safety. The narrator pauses, long enough for the silence itself to speak. In that silence, one can almost hear it, the pulse of humanity beneath the machinery of order. Not loud, not violent, just steady, patient, waiting. A reminder that peace too must breathe, must change, must renew itself, or else it will harden into the very fear it sought to destroy. Hobbes's vision, though built upon obedience, carries this unspoken truth. No law, however just, can quiet the hunger of the soul forever. Leviathan can command bodies, but not dreams. It can shape the rhythm of life, but not the whisper that moves beneath it. And so, the silent rebellion becomes part of the order itself. A necessary tension, a quiet heartbeat beneath the calm. It does not destroy the Leviathan, it sustains it. For even perfect peace needs contrast to remain alive. The narrator's tone falls into a soft exhale, the kind that blends with the night's stillness. Maybe this was always Hobbes's unspoken wisdom, that fear and order, chaos and peace must coexist, that the mind, no matter how disciplined, must never stop questioning the walls that protect it. As the music spreads thin like mist, the world of Hobbes fades into twilight. The Leviathan still breathes, vast, calm, unbroken. But in the stillness of that breath, something human stirs again. Not defiance, not rebellion, just remembrance. The faint sound of a heartbeat, the trace of motion in the dark. The voice fades to a whisper, tender and final. We are safe now, but from what we have become, there is no safety. And then, only silence remains. The silence that holds both obedience and freedom, fear and hope. The silence that prepares the soul for what comes next. Imagine a vast ocean at night, no borders, no harbors, only the slow sway of dark waves and distant lights drifting across the mist. Each ship watches the other, silent and uncertain, their reflections trembling on the water like cautious hearts. In that quiet, every sound matters, a creak of wood, a shift of wind, a spark on the horizon. It is not war, but it is not peace either. This, Thomas Hobbes might say, is the world between nations, the state of nature returned, not among men, but among states. In his words, among nations, there is no common power, and thus no peace. For centuries, we have built walls, treaties, and institutions to contain chaos. Yet beyond every border lies that same uneasy stillness, the watchful balance of power. the fragile truce of fear. Hobbes believed that peace exists only where there is a sovereign strong enough to command obedience. Within a nation, that power is called government. But among nations, no such Leviathan stands above them. Every state lives as a self-preserving being, cautious, suspicious, endlessly calculating. The fear that once ruled men now rules empires. In the absence of a global Leviathan, Hobbes would whisper, fear becomes the diplomat. And indeed, it does. Each embassy meeting, each handshake, each promise written in ink carries the ghost of this fear. It is the fear of betrayal, of weakness, of vanishing beneath another's ambition. Yet that same fear holds the world together, not through love, but through restraint. Think of the ocean again. The ships do not collide, not because they trust each other, but because each knows the cost of impact. So they circle, signal, and drift, a choreography of distance. That is how the world breathes now, not in unity, but in mutual hesitation. This is what Hobbes foresaw long before the age of missiles and networks, that even in progress, humanity cannot escape its nature. The state of nature, he argued, is not simply chaos. It is the truth of what happens when there is no higher power to judge, no common will to bind. It is the silence between nations, the space where fear negotiates what reason cannot. Look closer, and you'll see how that fear hides beneath the language of diplomacy. We call it deterrence. We call it national interest. We call it security. But behind every title lies the same trembling instinct, self-preservation. Hobbes wrote that the passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them. Replace men with nations, and you have the logic of modern geopolitics. Every alliance, every sanction, every quiet pact is born from this triad of fear, desire, and hope. The world today, with its glowing maps and global systems, might appear civilized, yet beneath the surface, it remains Hobbesian. Each country is both protector and threat, builder and destroyer. The ocean of anarchy is calm only because every captain understands the storm that waits beneath. Hobbes would not be surprised. To him, reason and fear were siblings, two sides of the same survival. Fear, he said, and I were born twins. In the mirror of anarchy, fear no longer screams. It negotiates, smiles, and signs its name at the bottom of treaties. It has learned the art of silence. There is something strangely peaceful in that realization. A peace made not of harmony, but of balance, not of trust, but of understanding. Perhaps that is what keeps the world afloat. Not love for order, but the knowledge of what happens without it. Like the ships on the endless sea, we keep our distance, shining our small lights into the mist, never sure who is watching, never fully alone. And in that distance, Hobbes's vision still breathes, a world without a global Leviathan, forever suspended between reason and fear, between peace and the memory of chaos. So tonight, as you listen, breathe in that thought gently. Every quiet moment of peace, every calm night, every city that sleeps is built on a fragile balance of caution. Fear did not vanish when we built our nations. It simply changed its name. let that awareness settle like mist over calm water. Because in this world, peace does not erase fear. It is the shape fear takes when it learns to wait. Out on that quiet sea of nations, where no single Leviathan reigns, the ships drift still, cautious, patient, untrusting. Each one guards its light, measuring distance, watching the horizon. In this vast expanse, peace is not the absence of danger. It is the careful choreography of fear. Hobbes once wrote, "The passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them." Yet what holds true for men also holds true for states. Beyond every border, every flag, every anthem lies a single impulse: self-preservation. It is the quiet heartbeat beneath every act of diplomacy, the unspoken motive behind every handshake. Each nation, Hobbes might say, behaves as a man once did in the state of nature, armed, alert, and alone. They do not seek war, but they prepare for it. They do not trust, but they pretend to. And in this uneasy performance, fear becomes the diplomat. Each nation builds its walls not from stone, but from suspicion. They raise armies as insurance, not aggression. They form alliances as shields, not friendships. Even peace treaties are written in the language of caution, lines of ink that tremble with what Hobbes called diffidence. The uncertainty that comes when there is no power strong enough to keep promises. Power, Hobbes warned, is the only true guarantee of safety. In his world, words without the sword were empty. Covenants without the sword are but words. And in our world, centuries later, that logic still governs quietly beneath the surface of politics. Nations talk of freedom, justice, and cooperation. But they all understand the hidden rule. Power is the currency of safety. Think of a global meeting room, polished wood, flags in perfect symmetry, translators whispering in a dozen languages. On the surface, it is calm, rational, civilized. Yet beneath every speech runs the same calculation. Who can be trusted? Who must be contained? Who can be replaced? The rhythm of diplomacy is the rhythm of self-preservation. Slow, deliberate, never fully still. In this way, fear is not chaos but structure. It organizes the world without uniting it. It is the invisible order that Hobbes understood long before international politics gave it names like realism, balance of power, and security dilemma. He predicted that even if men achieved peace within, they would still live in a world without peace beyond. For among nations, as among men, the natural condition is one of war, not open conflict, but an enduring readiness for it, the quiet tension that never sleeps. And yet, there is something strangely peaceful in that logic, because fear, in its own way, keeps us alive. It teaches caution, it restrains ambition, it reminds nations, as it once reminded men, that survival requires awareness, not arrogance. Every act of diplomacy, every treaty signed, every envoy sent, is a small attempt to tame that fear, to give it shape, to turn chaos into ritual. Perhaps that is why, even in peace, nations continue to build armies, not because they wish for war, but because they cannot forget how fragile safety truly is. Hobbes would understand this perfectly. To him, reason was born from fear. It was fear made intelligent, fear that learned to think. The same is true for global politics. Every strategy, every negotiation is fear learning to speak politely. So as the world drifts onward, satellites watching from above, ships moving across invisible trade routes, diplomats trading words in silent rooms, the same ancient law still breathes beneath it all. Self-preservation, the instinct that makes us wary, the logic that makes us human. It is not a flaw in our nature, it is our foundation. Because without it, there would be no restraint, only the hunger for dominance. Without fear, there would be no diplomacy, only destruction. And so, in this fragile balance, we continue the dance. Fear guides the steps. Reason sets the rhythm. Together, they build the only peace we know, a peace that endures not because we trust one another, but because we remember what happens when trust fails. Let that thought rest in you for a moment. Every calm you see in the world, every border unbroken, every city that sleeps, is the quiet victory of fear over recklessness. In Hobbes's world, as in ours, it is fear that speaks the language of survival, and diplomacy is simply its most graceful voice. The ocean of diplomacy drifts on. Every nation sails its own course, guided not by trust, but by caution, not by love, but by logic. Fear has become fluent. It negotiates, it bargains, it signs in silence. Yet beneath this choreography of suspicion lies a deeper longing. The same ancient desire that once led men from chaos to covenant. The wish for safety that does not have to be earned every day. In the stillness between treaties and threats, a quiet question begins to rise. Can there ever be one power to unite them all? Thomas Hobbes never wrote of a global government, yet his logic whispers toward it. If peace requires a sovereign, one will strong enough to bind all others, then perhaps humanity's only hope lies in the creation of a Leviathan beyond borders, a power that could hold the nations themselves accountable. But what kind of being could that be? A ruler above rulers? A law that governs all laws? Or something else? A dream humanity keeps returning to but never truly believes in? Think of the world as Hobbes saw men before government, equal in vulnerability, bound by fear, yet endlessly divided by pride. Now stretch that vision across continents. The nations, like individuals, seek peace but cannot trust one another enough to sustain it. Because of their equality of ability, Hobbes wrote, if any two men desire the same thing, which nevertheless they cannot both enjoy, they become enemies. That same rivalry, dressed in diplomacy, powered by technology, defines the international world. And yet, even fear can dream. Out of the ashes of wars and the ruins of empires, humankind has tried again and again to build something larger than its divisions. In 1945, the world gathered to form the United Nations, a council meant to speak with one voice, to prevent the storms of destruction Hobbes had once described as the natural condition of mankind. It was, perhaps, our first attempt at a global Leviathan, not born from conquest, but from exhaustion. The UN is not a ruler, not truly. It cannot command, only request, cannot punish, only persuade. It is, as Hobbes might say, a Leviathan without teeth, a creature of conscience rather than sword. And yet, its existence tells a story that even in the absence of absolute power, humanity still dreams of order. Perhaps this is what Hobbes misunderstood, or perhaps what he predicted too well, that fear, though it divides us, also binds us in strange ways. The memory of war becomes a shadow that holds us together. The world no longer needs to worship a king. It only needs to agree that chaos is worse. Still, the dream of a global Leviathan remains half awake. We invoke its spirit in moments of crisis, in peace talks, climate summits, humanitarian efforts, yet retreat from it when power feels threatened. It hovers like mist over the political sea, visible only when light strikes it just right. In truth, no nation wants to surrender sovereignty to another, not even for peace. Each fears that in creating a ruler above all, it will become the ruled. Covenants without the sword are but words. Hobbes warned, and no one wishes to be the first to put down the sword. So the dream remains unfinished, stitched together by paper and hope, floating between speeches and signatures. And yet, is that not what peace has always been? Not the triumph of trust, but the endurance of restraint. Not harmony, but the silence that lingers before the next storm. Perhaps peace among nations is only a truce between fears. But in that truce, there is something almost sacred, the recognition that even fear can be civilized. The missiles stay in their silos, the fleets remain at anchor, and for one more night, the world breathes. It is not perfect, but it is enough. The dream of a global Leviathan, then, is not about power, it is about memory, the collective remembering of what chaos costs. It asks not for a ruler to command us, but for wisdom to guide us. It asks that we imagine safety not as domination, but as understanding. And maybe, just maybe, that is what the modern world has been trying to build all along. Not a single sovereign, but a shared awareness, a moral gravity that holds civilization together, even as politics pull it apart. As night deepens and the waves of this chapter settle, one truth drifts quietly through the dark. The world still waits for its Leviathan, not a monster, not a god, but a harmony born of reason and fear. Let your thoughts rest in that image for a moment. The sea calm, the ships still, the mist clearing slightly over a horizon we have yet to reach. The dream remains, unfinished but enduring, like a soft pulse beneath the surface of history. And as the lights of nations flicker on across the earth, Hobbes' question echoes gently through the silence. Can there ever be one power to unite them all? The answer, perhaps, is not yet. But the longing for it, that quiet wish for peace without fear, is what keeps the world from falling apart. And so we drift onward into the next chapter, into the age where fear becomes calculation and reason begins its quiet work once again. The dream of a global Leviathan faded into mist, leaving behind not unity, but understanding. Humanity learned, perhaps reluctantly, that peace cannot be commanded. It must be negotiated, moment by moment. Fear did not vanish when the dream dissolved. It simply changed form. It became quieter, sharper, mathematical. Hobbes had once seen fear as the first teacher, the instinct that led humankind out of chaos. But in the modern age, that instinct evolved. It learned to measure, to predict, to strategize. Fear did not fade, the narrator might whisper. It evolved into calculation. In Hobbes's world, survival was not an act of passion, it was an equation. Every choice, every alliance, every silence was part of a hidden formula that balanced risk against safety. In Hobbes's world, we might say, survival is not instinct, it is math. Imagine the modern world as a vast board of moves, a chess game played not with kings and pawns, but with entire nations. Each decision is a response to another's possibility, each gesture a signal that says, I see you and I remember. In that silent exchange lies the evolution of fear itself. It no longer screams or threatens. It computes. Game theory, though born centuries after Hobbes, feels like his logic reborn in numbers. It takes his vision of human behavior, driven by self-interest, limited by distrust, and turns it into a system. In this model, the world becomes a network of decisions, rational, deliberate, but haunted by the same uncertainty that shaped the state of nature. Every actor, whether individual or nation, seeks to maximize safety, minimize loss, and survive the unpredictable intentions of others. It is fear with discipline, logic wrapped around instinct, the heart of Hobbes. Translated into the language of mathematics, consider the everyday world, a company hesitating before a merger, a politician delaying a vote, a person pausing before speaking the truth. Each act is a small calculation of risk and reward, not unlike nations measuring the cost of war, or lovers gauging the danger of honesty. As Hobbes wrote, reason is nothing but reckoning, adding and subtracting of the consequences of general names agreed upon for the marking and signifying of our thoughts. Every alliance, every hesitation is a move in an ancient game. And just like in that ancient state of nature, no player can ever be sure of the other's true intent. The fear that once came from swords and storms now flows through algorithms and probabilities. To live wisely is to anticipate. To survive is to think ahead. This logic has become the quiet rhythm of the modern world. Corporations calculate markets. Governments calculate threats. Even individuals scrolling through their daily lives calculate the risks of speaking, of loving, of being seen. Fear has learned the elegance of logic. Reason has learned the humility of uncertainty. On this vast chessboard of existence, every move carries memory. The past teaches caution, and the future whispers what might go wrong. That whisper is what keeps us steady, the soft echo of Hobbes's world in the age of data. And yet, beneath all this intelligence, something deeply human remains. Fear, even refined by logic, still beats like a pulse beneath the numbers. It still carries warmth, hope, and the fragile wish to be safe. The equations of game theory may predict our choices, but they cannot erase the trembling that gives them meaning. Hobbes would likely have smiled at this. He understood that reason was never a substitute for fear, only its transformation. The mind does not silence the instinct. It gives it structure, rhythm, purpose. The thoughts are to the desires as scouts and spies, he wrote, to range abroad and find the way to the things desired. So tonight, as you listen, imagine a world breathing through this quiet logic, not chaotic, not calm, but in motion, pictured a globe as a living organism, its decisions flickering like neurons, each connected by invisible lines of suspicion and hope. The world is not at war, but it is never at rest. Every hesitation on this board is an act of care. The hesitation that keeps us from repeating destruction. Every calculation is a small prayer for continuity, a signal that fear still remembers how to protect what it loves. In this way, Hobbes's ancient philosophy has found its reflection in modern science. Rational choice theory, game theory, diplomacy, and politics. All are echoes of the same heartbeat that once pulsed in the Leviathan. Fear became reason. Reason became survival. And as the waves of history roll forward, humanity continues to play this silent game, not to win, but to endure. Perhaps that is the real wisdom hidden in Hobbes's world. Peace is not the end of fear, but its most elegant form. Let your thoughts rest in that awareness, that even in a world defined by numbers, fear still breathes quietly through the logic of survival. Not to haunt us, but to guide us, not to break our peace, but to remind us why we seek it. In the stillness of logic, another truth begins to reveal itself, one that Hobbes foresaw long before mathematics found its language. Fear, he said, does not vanish through reason. It only learns to hide within it. The same fear that once built walls now builds strategies. The same suspicion that once drew swords now designs systems. Yet beneath every calculation, the old heartbeat remains. Imagine two nations, or perhaps two people. Both desire peace. Both fear betrayal. Neither wants to strike first, yet both believe that the other might. They sit in silence, waiting, and the silence grows heavy. In this fragile moment, reason whispers a cruel suggestion to survive, strike before being struck. And so, in trying to be safe, they make the world unsafe. This is the paradox that modern thinkers call the prisoner's dilemma, a reflection of Hobbes's own dark clarity. Each side would be better off trusting the other, yet neither dares to. Fear becomes logic. Logic becomes fear perfected. Hobbes once wrote, "Covenants without the sword are but words." It was his way of saying that promises mean nothing without the power to enforce them. The prisoner's dilemma proves this in the cold precision of numbers. Two prisoners, two nations, two minds, each calculating, each mistrusting, each trapped by the same uncertainty that built the Leviathan in the first place. If both stay silent, both go free. But if one betrays the other, the betrayer wins, and the loyal one loses everything. The rational move, according to fear, is betrayal, and so both betray, both lose, both prove Hobbes right. It is a tragedy not of hatred, but of intelligence. Hobbes understood that our greatest weakness lies not in our cruelty, but in our inability to trust without guarantees. Fear has taught us to think, but it has also taught us to expect the worst. He wrote, "Men have no pleasure, but on the contrary, a great deal of grief in keeping company where there is no power able to overawe them all. Without that power, cooperation collapses into calculation. In this light, the modern world is filled with invisible prisons, each built from the quiet logic of distrust. Nations arm themselves not to attack, but to prevent attack. Companies compete not to win, but to avoid being left behind. Even individuals withdraw. fearing vulnerability more than loneliness. And yet, in all of it, the same hope lingers that somewhere, someone might choose differently. Perhaps this is what makes the dilemma so human. It is not a game of numbers, but of hearts. Both sides fear the same thing, want the same thing, and still cannot find the courage to meet halfway. Listen closely, and you can almost hear Hobbes's voice echo through time, calm, patient, and unsettlingly clear. The condition of man, he said, is one of perpetual anticipation. Every silence hides intention. Every movement signals a possibility of danger. The life of man, he warned, is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Not because we wish for it to be so, but because our fear makes it so. Yet, this recognition does not condemn us. It awakens us. The prisoner's dilemma does not only expose the flaw in human cooperation, it reveals the delicate wisdom in Hobbes's realism. He was not glorifying fear. He was illuminating its purpose. Fear, when acknowledged, can become a tool of understanding. It teaches humility. It makes us careful. It reminds us that peace, like love, is not natural. It is constructed, maintained, earned. In our effort to be safe, the narrator might whisper again, we make the world unsafe. And yet, this very effort is what keeps us human. It means we care enough to worry. We value life enough to guard it. We build systems, governments, treaties, all to keep that fragile sense of safety alive. Even if imperfectly, the world today, for all its sophistication, still plays out the same tension. Cold wars, trade wars, cyber wars, each one a modern echo of the prisoner's dilemma. Each side claims to defend peace. Each side arms to prevent destruction. The weapons change, but the reasoning remains. Fear becomes the common language of power. And yet, there is a strange beauty in this cycle. A rhythm that feels almost meditative, like two mirrors reflecting each other endlessly. Nations, individuals, and ideas all gaze upon their own reflection in the other's eyes. What we fear in others is often what we recognize in ourselves. Perhaps Hobbes would have smiled at this irony, that the very reasoning meant to protect us keeps us apart. But perhaps he would have also seen hope, because in that very tension, something else begins to grow. Awareness, compassion, the realization that fear itself can be shared. We fear, yes, but we fear together. We doubt, but we doubt for the same reasons. And in that symmetry, a fragile peace flickers. To see this is to begin to understand Hobbes not as a prophet of despair, but as a philosopher of reality. He did not invite us to worship fear. He asked us to see it clearly, to use it as a mirror. Only by acknowledging it, by understanding how it moves through us and through nations, can we ever hope to transform it. Let that awareness settle in your mind like a breath. Every choice we make, every alliance we form, every silence we keep, all are echoes of the same ancient game. And yet, by seeing the game, we begin to transcend it. As night deepens and the world outside grows quiet, imagine two lights across a dark sea, distant, flickering, hesitant, yet reaching toward each other. That is humanity's story. Fear learning how to meet itself halfway. And from that quiet, we drift naturally toward the next question, the one Hobbes himself might have whispered in the dark. can reason ever overcome fear? Or is it simply fear learning to think? The answer, perhaps, lies in the next breath, where logic and longing finally meet. The dilemma ends, but its echo remains. Two prisoners, two nations, two souls, all caught in the same quiet tension between trust and survival. We have learned to think, but not to stop fearing. We have built equations to manage risk. Yet the pulse beneath them is still the same. That ancient rhythm of self-preservation. In the long arc of Hobbes's philosophy, reason was never meant to silence fear. It was meant to refine it, like a blade tempered by fire. Fear becomes sharper, steadier, less chaotic, not gone, but guided. Hobbes did not imagine a world without fear. He imagined a world that could live with it wisely. Reason, he wrote, is nothing but reckoning. It is fear doing arithmetic, learning to count what matters most. We fear pain, so we seek comfort. We fear chaos, so we build order. We fear death, so we construct meaning. Each act of reason begins with a trembling of the heart. Perhaps that is why Hobbes's philosophy still feels so alive. It does not promise peace through denial, but through understanding. It tells us that every calculation of safety is, at its core, an act of care, that the mind's logic is only the heart's caution translated into words. Reason is fear that has learned to breathe slowly. Picture it. A child once frightened by thunder now listens, counting the seconds between flash and sound. The fear is still there, but it has transformed into rhythm, awareness, understanding. That is what Hobbes offered humanity, not deliverance from fear, but harmony with it. This idea may seem cold, yet there is something deeply compassionate hidden within it. To Hobbes, fear was not shameful. It was the root of empathy, the foundation of cooperation, the reason we build communities at all. The passions that incline men to peace, he wrote, are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them. Fear, desire, hope, three strands woven into the same thread. In this sense, reason does not replace emotion, it organizes it. It teaches the heart to speak in a language the world can understand. It is fear translated into structure, anxiety turned into art, chaos made calculable. The Leviathan itself, that vast artificial body, was born from this transformation, a living embodiment of rational fear, designed to protect rather than destroy. And yet, there is a tenderness in this logic that many overlook. Hobbes did not celebrate tyranny. He described necessity. To survive, we must yield. To live in peace, we must trust something larger than ourselves, even if that trust is built from fear. There is, perhaps, a kind of beauty in such honesty. It reminds us that fragility is not failure, that anxiety is not weakness, that even fear can be noble if it moves us toward understanding. Imagine now the heartbeat of the modern world, steady, mechanical, measured by data and law. Beneath the systems of order, the algorithms of prediction, the treaties and contracts, one can still hear that slow breathing, reason inhaling, fear exhaling. The world has not changed as much as it thinks it has. We have only learned to clothe our fear in logic, to let it speak softly through equations instead of cries. And yet, the softness matters. It is what keeps civilization from collapsing into noise. Hobbes's insight, so often called grim, might actually be the gentlest of truths. That peace is possible not because we have conquered fear, but because we have befriended it. Fear is the mother of safety, he wrote. Those who understand this live not in denial, but in awareness, aware of limits, aware of others, aware of how fragile order really is. In that awareness lies wisdom. You can feel it even now, in the rhythm of your breath. The body, after all, is a quiet leviathan of its own, countless cells obeying, coordinating, surviving together. Fear keeps the pulse steady. Reason keeps the flow smooth. Neither is enemy to the other. Perhaps that is what Hobbes meant all along, that peace is not the stillness after fear, but the balance within it. Let that thought linger for a moment. Fear breathing slowly, logic listening, the mind and heart in quiet conversation. And as this reflection settles, the path ahead begins to open, the next chapter of the journey. For every philosophy, like every life, must face its challenges. Hobbes's rational world will soon meet the dreamers, Rousseau, Kant, Marx, Rawls, who will ask whether fear can truly guide the human spirit, or whether something greater must replace it. But before we enter that debate, take one last breath with Hobbes. Inhale the steadiness of reason. Exhale the tremor of fear. They are not opposites. They are companions, bound by the same will to live. And in that balance, in that quiet dialogue between courage and caution, the rational heart continues to beat. Slowly, peacefully, endlessly. The breath of reason slows, and the echo of fear fades into a wider silence. Hobbes's world, ordered, cautious, built upon necessity, stands like a vast monument in the dawn of modern thought. Yet, as the centuries turned, others began to gather around it, gazing upward, questioning its shadow. Every thinker who came after him, in some way, was his echo or his rebellion. Hobbes had given humanity structure, but not spirit. He had taught the mind how to survive, but not how to transcend. To some, that was wisdom. To others, it was confinement. One by one, the children of the Leviathan began to speak. Rousseau, Kant, Marx, Rawls, each a different note in the long conversation that followed Hobbes's thunder. Jean-Jacques Rousseau looked at Hobbes's cold description of humanity and felt something stir in protest. Hobbes had said that man, left to himself, lives in fear, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Rousseau whispered back, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." To him, Hobbes's world was not the truth of nature, but the consequence of forgetting it. He saw innocence where Hobbes saw danger, compassion where Hobbes saw calculation. In Rousseau's mind, fear was not our origin, it was our wound. Yet in that opposition, the two were mirrors of one another. Hobbes feared chaos. Rousseau feared civilization. Both longed for peace, but they sought it in different directions. One by controlling the wild, the other by returning to it. Then came Immanuel Kant, quiet, severe, yet deeply moral. He saw in Hobbes's Leviathan a necessary evil, a safeguard for a species that could not yet govern itself through ethics. But Kant believed that reason could evolve beyond fear. For him, morality was not born of survival, but of autonomy. The ability to obey laws we give to ourselves. Act only according to that maxim, he wrote, by which you can at the same time will, that it should become a universal law. To Kant, the true Leviathan was not outside us, but within, the moral law in the heart. In this way, he tried to complete Hobbes's work, to lift reason from fear into duty, from necessity into virtue. Yet the shadow of Hobbes remained, reminding him that ideals without power are only dreams. And then, centuries later, Karl Marx looked upon Hobbes's world and saw its machinery still turning, not as a metaphor, but as an economy. Where Hobbes saw individuals in competition, Marx saw classes in struggle. He agreed that fear rules the human condition, but he changed its language. Fear of poverty, fear of exploitation, fear of being forgotten. The Leviathan, Marx argued, had never vanished. It had simply changed form. It was now built of factories, contracts, and invisible chains of labor. His challenge was both furious and compassionate. He sought not only to describe the world, but to change it. Yet even in his revolt, Marx carried Hobbes's pulse. The idea that structure, not sentiment, shapes our fate. Both believed in systems. They only disagreed on who should hold the sword. Finally came John Rawls, calm and deliberate, centuries removed from Hobbes, but still caught in his orbit. In A Theory of Justice, Rawls imagined a new kind of social contract, one designed not by fear, but by fairness. Behind what he called the veil of ignorance, individuals would choose the rules of society without knowing their own position within it. In that imagined neutrality, equality might be born. Yet the old question still lingered. Could people truly reason without fear? Or had fear already become part of reason itself? Each thinker tried, in their own way, to wake humanity from Hobbes's long dream. But the dream endured, not because it was perfect, but because it was honest. Hobbes had not painted an ideal world. He had painted the one that existed. And though philosophers may have softened his edges, the shape of his vision remained beneath their brushstrokes. In the quiet rhythm of this debate, something profound emerges. Hobbes did not fail because he was wrong. He failed because he was incomplete. He spoke to the body, not the soul. He secured peace, but not meaning. Yet perhaps that was his intention all along, to leave space for those who would come after, to let others build upon the foundation he had laid in the storm. It is easy to see Hobbes as the philosopher of fear, but in truth, he was the philosopher of beginnings, the first to map the fragile geography between chaos and order. Without him, there could be no Rousseau's innocence, no Kant's morality, no Marx's justice, no Rawls's fairness. Every vision that sought to redeem humanity began, knowingly or not, by standing in his shadow. As centuries pass, the conversation continues. A soft murmur between minds across time. The Leviathan sleeps beneath modern systems of law and technology, while new thinkers argue above it. Yet, in every argument about justice, power, freedom, and peace, Hobbes's question still breathes. What do we fear most, each other or ourselves? The answer remains elusive, shifting with every age, and that is why Hobbes still stands, not as a monument to certainty, but as a reminder of the ongoing search. As the narrator's voice softens, the thought deepens into calm reflection. Every philosopher, every generation returns to the same crossroad: fear or freedom, order or chaos, reason or desire. The map changes, but the path remains. And as night gathers, the debate drifts like a slow tide, from Hobbes's rational sea to Rousseau's forest, from Kant's heaven of duty to Marx's furnace of revolt, from Rawls's imagined fairness to our uncertain now. Perhaps philosophy itself is the Leviathan's heart still beating, slow, steady, unending. And in that pulse, we hear both the caution of Hobbes and the hope of all who followed him. The story continues toward a world still trying to balance fear with justice, logic with compassion, power with peace. The echoes of the great thinkers still linger. Rousseau's cry for innocence, Kant's call for duty, Marx's demand for justice, Rawls's vision of fairness. Together, they form a kind of symphony, rising in response to Hobbes's solemn drumbeat. Each tried to replace fear with something purer, compassion, morality, equality. Yet, beneath their music, Hobbes's rhythm remains. It is the sound of tension, of peace built upon unease. Perhaps you too have felt it, that calm which hides a quiet tension, the silence before sleep, the uneasy peace between breaths, the fragile comfort of order that depends on invisible hands to keep it steady. This is where the question begins. Can peace exist without fear? For Hobbes, the answer was simple and somber. No. Peace, he said, is the child of fear, not its opposite. Fear is what tames our impulses, binds our agreements, and drives us towards safety. In his world, security is not the absence of dread, but its transformation into discipline. The passions that incline men to peace are fear of death, he wrote, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them. But later minds could not accept this as the final word. Immanuel Kant believed humanity could outgrow its dependence on fear. In his essay, Perpetual Peace, he imagined a world where nations and individuals act not out of terror, but out of reason and moral duty. His vision was not naive. It was aspirational, a hope that human dignity could become the foundation of peace. He wrote, "The moral law within me and the starry heavens above me." For Kant, these two infinities, the moral and the cosmic, revealed that true peace was not enforced by power, but guided by conscience. Yet even in Kant's serene moral landscape, the shadow of Hobbes persists. For peace to endure, it must still be protected. Every law, even the most ethical one, implies a boundary. Every rule, no matter how fair, implies the threat of consequence. Hobbes's logic hides quietly beneath the moral dream, a reminder that ideals are fragile without structure. Centuries later, John Rawls sought to harmonize this divide. In A Theory of Justice, he proposed that fairness, not fear, could be the basis of social order. His veil of ignorance invited people to imagine a society designed without knowing who they would be within it, rich or poor, strong or weak. From that place of uncertainty, perhaps we would choose justice over domination. Rawls's hope was gentle, rational, and deeply humane. And yet, even Rawls's thought rests upon an unspoken understanding that people must respect the system, must trust in its rules, must restrain their self-interest. That too, in its quiet way, is fear, not the violent fear of punishment, but the subtle fear of losing the balance that sustains peace. Perhaps that is the truth we hesitate to face. Fear never disappears. It only changes its form. In Hobbes's time, it was the fear of death and chaos. In Kant's, it was the fear of moral failure. In Rawls's, it was the fear of injustice. Across every age, peace survives not by denying fear, but by transforming it into awareness, into caution, respect, empathy. Perhaps you too have felt it, the narrator might whisper again. That calm which hides a quiet tension. It is there in every law we follow, every social norm we accept, every moment we hold our tongue for the sake of harmony. It is not oppression. It is the discipline of coexistence. To live among others is to balance freedom with restraint, confidence with humility. That balance, Hobbes would argue, is peace. It is not the absence of fear, but its containment within understanding. Modern philosophy, then, is not a rejection of Hobbes, but a conversation with him. Rousseau reminded us of our forgotten innocence. Kant gave us the dream of moral autonomy. Rawls offered us the mathematics of fairness. But all of them, knowingly or not, still speak to Hobbes's first insight, that without something to bind us, whether it be power, duty, or justice, we fall back into the storm. It is this dialogue across centuries that gives philosophy its quiet beauty. Each thinker is not erasing the other, but extending the same breath, inhaling what the previous one exhaled. Fear, morality, justice, they are all stages of the same unfolding awareness. Perhaps peace without fear is possible, but only for those who have learned to understand fear's language. To deny it is to remain blind to its wisdom. To listen to it is to grow wise enough to live gently. And so the story continues. Through the calm and the tremor, through duty and doubt, peace, like the human heart, beats between opposites. It expands and contracts, gives and restrains, hopes and remembers. Hobbes once described reason as nothing but reckoning, but perhaps reason is also listening to the quiet pulse of life, the tension that keeps us alert, awake, and connected. Let that awareness drift over you for a moment, soft, steady, like the rhythm of a tide. Humanity is still learning how to balance safety and freedom, power and compassion, logic and trust. And as the light of one age fades into the next, the question still hums in the background. Can peace ever truly exist without fear? Or is fear the invisible thread holding it together? In that uncertainty lies something strangely peaceful, a surrender to complexity, a calm acceptance that both can coexist. Philosophy, in the end, is not about silencing the tension, but breathing through it. The voice of Hobbes fades into Kant's, into Rawls's, into ours, one long meditation across time. And as the thought settles, so does the listener, feeling the gentle truth that perhaps peace and fear are not enemies, but partners in the same quiet dance of existence. The voices of the philosophers begin to fade, but their echoes linger, soft, steady, endless. From Hobbes to Rousseau, from Kant to Rawls, the conversation stretches like a thread across centuries. It is not a battle of winners and losers, but a circle of thought, one that turns, slowly and eternally, around the same axis: fear and hope. Each thinker believed he had gone beyond Hobbes, yet each, in his own way, carried Hobbes within him. As a shadow beneath the light, as a foundation beneath the tower, Rousseau reimagined humanity's origin in innocence, but he could not escape Hobbes's question. What happens when that innocence meets power? Kant raised the moral law above fear, yet even he admitted that laws require force to protect them. Rawls built a society upon fairness, but fairness still needs order, and order still whispers the name Hobbes, like a shadow that changes shape but never disappears. Hobbes remains wherever human beings seek peace. His words may feel cold, yet their honesty warms us. Covenants without the sword are but words. Beneath every law, every treaty, every handshake, that truth breathes quietly, the reminder that trust is fragile and peace is a discipline, not a miracle. Perhaps that is why philosophy never truly leaves him. The thinkers who came after Hobbes did not erase his map. They drew more paths upon it. Rousseau traced the path of feeling, Kant the path of duty, Marx the path of justice, Rawls the path of fairness. But all those paths still move within the same landscape, a world where people fear harm, seek safety, and build meaning out of that search. Hobbes's realism is not the end of philosophy. It is its grounding. To begin in fear is not to be cynical. It is to be honest about what drives us. Fear is the first awareness of vulnerability, and awareness is the beginning of wisdom. That is why the circle of thought always returns to him, because every new idea about peace, freedom, or morality must begin again with the question, what do we fear? You can almost imagine the philosophers gathered together across time, not arguing, but listening. Hobbes speaks of order. Rousseau speaks of freedom. Kant answers with duty. Marx interrupts with justice. Rawls calms them with fairness. And through it all, their words overlap like waves, colliding and blending, forming something deeper than any single answer. The rhythm of human thought itself. The narrator's voice softens. The pace slows. Perhaps this is what philosophy truly is, not a ladder climbing upward, but a circle expanding outward. Every generation reinterprets the same truths, reshapes the same fears, redefines the same hopes. No one escapes the circle because no one escapes the human condition. Hobbes began with fear, and centuries later, we still feel it, not as terror, but as awareness. The fear of war has become the fear of disconnection. The fear of kings has become a fear of systems. The fear of death has become the fear of insignificance. Yet all of them point to the same truth. We long for safety, but we also long to be free. This is the paradox Hobbes left us, and perhaps the gift. He didn't teach us to surrender to fear, but to understand it, to use it as a compass. Fear tells us what we value. Hope tells us why we continue. And so the circle turns. Every new philosophy begins as a rebellion against the old, but ends as its continuation. We argue with our ancestors not to destroy them, but to keep their thoughts alive. Hobbes's Leviathan, that great body of reason and power, still moves through our world, now wearing different faces: governments, corporations, networks, laws. Yet its pulse is still human, its logic still Hobbesian. Fear was our teacher, reason our guide. We might say, borrowing the tone of Hobbes himself. From that lesson came civilization. From that civilization came reflection. And from reflection, the wish to find peace beyond fear. But perhaps that is what keeps us awake. The realization that peace itself may always contain a trace of fear, just as light always casts a shadow. It is comforting, in a quiet way, to see the circle not as failure, but as continuity. Hobbes's world was not a dark prophecy. It was the first attempt to describe our shared fragility. The thinkers who followed him, Rousseau, Kant, Marx, Rawls, are all part of the same human effort to reconcile strength with tenderness, power with compassion, reason with empathy. Their dialogue continues not only in books, but in the world around us, in the laws we follow, the choices we make, the trust we extend to one another. Each time we obey a rule, question authority, demand fairness, or seek justice, we are taking part in the same circle. We are still debating Hobbes, still building upon his foundation, still dreaming of a balance that may never come, yet is worth pursuing endlessly. The narrator pauses, letting the thought breathe. In this endless conversation between fear and hope, philosophy finds its calm. It does not promise perfection, only understanding. And in that understanding lies peace, soft and incomplete, like the hush that follows a question too deep for words. So let the circle close, but never end. Let Hobbes's shadow stretch into the present, reshaped by every thinker who dares to challenge it. For as long as humanity fears and dreams, his philosophy will remain, not as a doctrine, but as a mirror in which we see both our frailty and our strength. And as the voice fades, it leaves behind a final reflection that all of philosophy, from Hobbes to now, is one long dialogue between two eternal forces, the fear that binds us and the hope that sets us free. In that quiet balance, the circle of thought continues, slowly, endlessly, beautifully, breathing through time. The circle of thought closes softly, but the echo does not fade. Hobbes's Leviathan, once made of kings, crowns, and laws, now breathes through circuits, screens, and data. Its body has changed, but its pulse remains the same. The fear that once drove men to build thrones now drives them to build networks. The search for safety has not ended. It has only gone digital. The world we inhabit is not so different from Hobbes's. He wrote of governance and authority, of men surrendering their wild freedom to gain peace. Today, we sign new covenants with every tap and every login, offering our information, our attention, even our silence, all in exchange for a sense of order. The voice lowers, almost a whisper. Every click is a covenant. Hobbes once said that society is an artificial man, a creation built from the collective fear and reason of its citizens. In the 21st century, that artificial body has become literal, an organism of data and code. We built systems to protect us from chaos, and yet we forgot that they too must be feared. Governments monitor borders not with swords, but with satellites. Corporations govern habits not through law, but through algorithms. Our lives unfold in invisible architectures of power. Vast, quiet, intricate, the Leviathan has evolved. No longer roaring through commands, but whispering through recommendations. Its voice is the soft hum of your phone at night, the flicker of a notification that seems harmless, the calm glow of a screen that never sleeps. Thomas Hobbes could not have imagined this new kind of sovereignty, but he would have understood it perfectly. In his time, he warned that the condition of man is a condition of war of everyone against everyone. Today, that war is waged in subtler ways through information, influence, and control. Nations guard not only their borders, but their bandwidth. Citizens defend not only their homes, but their data. Fear has not disappeared. It has migrated into code. The modern social contract is written in terms and conditions we seldom read. We accept them, not out of trust, but out of fatigue. Just as men once accepted kings to avoid chaos, we now accept surveillance to avoid disorder. The logic remains Hobbesian: peace at any cost. Order, even if invisible. Safety, even if purchased with freedom. The narrator's voice slows, gentle but deliberate. We built systems to protect us from chaos and forgot they too must be feared. Every structure of power, no matter how efficient, carries the shadow of the Leviathan, the same temptation to grow beyond its purpose. Hobbes's insight was not that authority is evil, but that it is eternal. It changes its shape, but never its need. The Leviathan is not the state alone. It is any system in which humans seek refuge from uncertainty. Artificial intelligence, social networks, surveillance capitalism. Each is born from the same desire Hobbes described: to control the unpredictable, to make the future safe. Yet, as in Hobbes's time, control comes with a price. The boundaries of privacy blur, the sense of autonomy thins, and soon the covenant feels one-sided again. We obey for comfort. We comply for convenience. The freedom we trade seems small until it is gone. In this digital age, fear no longer needs a face. It hides in algorithms that learn our desires faster than we do. It speaks in patterns of data that shape our perceptions before we are aware of them. The sword of Leviathan has become invisible, but its authority remains absolute. Still, this is not a prophecy of despair. Hobbes never asked us to reject power, only to recognize it, to name it, to understand its necessity and its danger. His realism, often mistaken for cynicism, was in fact an invitation to awaken. The obligation of subjects to the sovereign, he wrote, lasts as long as the power by which he is able to protect them. That statement, written in the 17th century, could be a warning for the digital 21st. Power endures only as long as it protects, not manipulates. Perhaps that is what it means to live under the modern Leviathan. To exist within systems we both depend on and question. To know that protection and control are made of the same fabric. To remain aware that even peace can become a form of obedience if we stop asking who holds the key. The narrator breathes softly, the tone almost meditative. There is something strangely peaceful in acknowledging this truth. The Leviathan is no longer a monster to be feared, but a mirror reflecting the world we have built, a world woven from fear, trust, and reason. We are its architects and its inhabitants. The systems that govern us are extensions of our collective desire for safety. Just as Hobbes's Leviathan was an extension of humanity's longing to escape chaos. In this sense, we have never left Hobbes's world. We have only translated it into light and code. The fear that once forged steel now forges data. The power that once ruled through decrees now rules through design. The covenant continues, silent, endless, invisible. Perhaps it is not power we should fear, but forgetfulness, The moment we stop recognizing how deeply our creations resemble their creator, the voice fades into calm. Every law, every system, every screen, they all trace their lineage back to the same idea. Fear made order. Reason sustained it. And now, technology carries it forward. The Leviathan still breathes, not in flesh or crown, but in the quiet pulse of the modern world. It watches, it protects, it learns. And as long as we seek safety, it will never die. The hum of the digital world never fades. It surrounds us, quiet, steady, omnipresent, like the breathing of something vast. The Leviathan has not vanished. It has simply gone unseen. Its crown is no longer gold, but light. Its throne is no longer stone, but code. In Hobbes' time, power had a face. The Leviathan was embodied in a monarch, a parliament, a sovereign state, visible, tangible, accountable. One could look at the king and say, there is the source of law. One could hear the decrees, feel the taxes, see the army. It was an age when obedience meant bowing before flesh and blood. Now, the sovereign is everywhere and nowhere. It no longer speaks, and yet it knows your desires. It hums in the algorithms that predict what you will love, buy, fear, and vote for. It dwells in the silent intelligence of machines that do not sleep. Every search, every swipe, every pattern of thought becomes part of its nervous system. The new Leviathan is invisible, yet it shapes the visible world. We used to surrender power to kings for safety. Now we surrender it to systems for convenience. We once feared the sword. Now we fear disconnection. The modern covenant is not written in ink, but in data, not enforced by soldiers, but by servers. Each term we accept online, each agree we click without reading, is another quiet act of obedience. The narrator's tone softens, reflective, warm, but faintly haunting. Perhaps Hobbes foresaw this, in spirit if not in detail. He wrote that human beings, left alone, fall into a war of every man against every man. War to escape. We built a sovereign to govern us. But today, that sovereign wears many faces. Corporations, networks, governments, all merging into a single organism of power. We have created, once again, an artificial body greater than ourselves. And yet this new Leviathan has no heartbeat. It learns instead of feels. It predicts instead of rules. It governs not by fear of punishment, but by seduction, the promise of ease, of efficiency, of connection. It does not command you to obey. It makes you want to. The philosopher Shoshana Zuboff once called it surveillance capitalism, a world where our behavior is the raw material of power. We no longer give our obedience through fear, but through habit. The chains have become comfortable, woven of light and habit and attention. We are no longer forced to kneel. We simply lean toward the screen. Still, the logic remains the same. In every age, humans have traded freedom for safety. In Hobbes' 17th century, safety meant protection from war. In ours, it means protection from chaos, the chaos of uncertainty, disconnection, and anonymity. We no longer fear death in the streets, but disappearance in the noise. We want to be seen, to be known, to be recognized, even if it means being watched. It does not speak, yet it knows your desires. The phrase lingers like a quiet warning. The new Leviathan governs without declaring itself. It recommends, suggests, anticipates a gentle guidance that feels personal but is, in truth, mathematical. Its strength lies in invisibility. The less we notice it, the more it controls. And yet, like Hobbes' original Leviathan, it exists because we willed it to. Hobbes believed the state was a mortal god, born of human consent, created to prevent chaos. In our century, we have built new gods, not of flesh, but of function. Systems that manage our attention, our information, our emotions. We no longer pray to them, but we depend on them just the same. It is easy to think of power as something external, a ruler, a government, a machine. But Hobbes would remind us that the Leviathan is not a tyrant imposed upon humanity. It is humanity itself, organized and amplified. The invisible Leviathan is us, the sum of our clicks, our fears, our collective desire for control. There is a strange comfort in this realization. If power has become invisible, it is because we have invited it into every corner of life. It tracks us not to harm, but to predict. It listens not to judge, but to serve. And yet, the boundary between service and domination is thinner than ever. The modern world feels calm, ordered, safe. But behind that calm lies the same equation Hobbes once described: safety purchased through submission. The narrator breathes slowly, as though guiding the listener deeper into reflection. Perhaps the lesson is not to reject the new Leviathan, but to recognize it, to see the outlines of its invisible form. Awareness, after all, is the first act of freedom. Hobbes believed that knowledge of power was the beginning of peace. In this age, knowledge of systems may be the beginning of balance. The modern Leviathan does not roar, it whispers. It offers what we most crave: simplicity, clarity, belonging. And in return, it takes what we barely notice: our time, our focus, our inner quiet. It is tempting to believe that we are freer than ever. But Hobbes might smile faintly at that illusion. Freedom without security is chaos. Security without awareness is sleep. The delicate balance between the two is what defines every civilization. In that sense, nothing has changed. The same logic that shaped Hobbes' 17th century monarchy now governs our 21st century networks. The faces are gone, but the form remains. The Leviathan still breathes, unseen, patient, vast, in every code that keeps the world in motion. And in that quiet hum, there is both peace and warning. We are safe now, surrounded by the systems we trust. But perhaps, as Hobbes once wrote, man is not merely governed by fear, he is sustained by it. The modern Leviathan does not rule through fear of death, but through the fear of being left behind. So the story continues, gently and endlessly. Humanity seeking safety in the very things that make it vulnerable. The voice softens further, closing like a sigh. The Leviathan of kings is gone. The Leviathan of code remains. It does not speak, yet it knows your desires. It does not command, yet you follow. It does not punish, yet you obey. And as the world drifts deeper into its quiet order, one truth remains: the gods we build to protect us always find a way to rule us. The hum of the invisible Leviathan fades into stillness, like the sea after a long storm. Its presence is no longer loud or threatening. It does not demand obedience. It inspires it. And perhaps that is the final evolution of power, not to be feared, but to be trusted. Obedience no longer feels like fear. It feels like comfort. In Hobbes' world, fear was raw and open. It was the dread of war, of death, of the chaos without end. People surrendered their freedom to escape that terror, to build a wall of order between themselves and the abyss. Today, that wall still stands, but we have grown used to its shadow. What once felt like submission now feels like safety. What once cost freedom now feels like peace. Man's life, Hobbes wrote, is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. That sentence, written nearly 4 centuries ago, still echoes through the quiet of modern life, not as prophecy, but as a memory. Humanity has come far from that state of nature. But the instinct he described remains: the need to belong to something larger, something that promises security. We obey, not because we are forced to, but because obedience has become the rhythm of survival. The narrator's tone softens, warm, calm, but with a faint trace of melancholy. There is a strange beauty in this calm. Our world is full of systems that protect, predict, and preserve. We live under their watch as one might rest under a blanket, unaware of its weight, only feeling its warmth. Power no longer feels oppressive. It feels natural, inevitable, even kind. The Leviathan has learned to whisper. Technology, governance, economy, all form a quiet architecture of control. But it is an architecture built with our consent. Each law, each algorithm, each unspoken rule carries the echo of Hobbes' first covenant. I authorize and give up my right of governing myself to this man, or to this assembly of men, on this condition, that thou give up thy right to him. In the modern world, that covenant has no signature, but it is renewed with every act of compliance, every login, every purchase, every moment of acceptance. Obedience is no longer enforced through fear of punishment. It is sustained through design, convenience, and routine. We have traded anxiety for automation, uncertainty for predictability. The modern citizen does not bow to the king. He scrolls, clicks, agrees, all gestures of quiet surrender. And yet, in this submission, there is peace. The voice lingers over that word, peace, as if testing its meaning. Peace has always carried 2 faces, one radiant with safety, the other pale with silence. Hobbes saw peace as the highest good, the condition in which life could continue, unthreatened by violence or chaos. But he also knew its cost. To build peace, one must give up the right to disrupt it. To preserve order, one must restrain the impulse to question it. That trade, repeated across generations, becomes the foundation of every civilization. Perhaps that is why our age feels both calm and cold. The noise of conflict has faded, replaced by the soft hum of consensus. We have become so accustomed to peace that we no longer feel the weight of obedience. The boundaries between freedom and control blur into a quiet gray. The narrator pauses, allowing silence to fill the space between thoughts. There is no judgment in this reflection, only recognition. Humanity's story has always been a negotiation between fear and order, between the chaos we flee and the walls we build to contain it. Hobbes simply described that truth with painful clarity. Peace is not born of love or virtue, but of necessity. And as long as that necessity endures, so too will the desire to surrender. The invisible Leviathan once a phantom of power, now breathes softly through every aspect of life. It does not command armies or raise banners. It simply exists in law, in custom, in technology, in habit. It governs through comfort, not coercion, and comfort, once tasted, is the gentlest prison of all. Still, there is serenity in understanding this, to see the quiet submission for what it is, not an error, but a choice. Humanity has chosen peace, even if it means living beneath the vast stillness of systems we no longer question. Perhaps that is wisdom, perhaps it is resignation, perhaps it is both. The voice lowers, almost to a whisper. Perhaps peace has always been another word for surrender. The words linger like a final breath, not cynical, but tender, a recognition of how human beings cope with the vastness of existence. We crave rest more than rebellion, safety more than struggle. And in that craving lies the paradox of progress. Every step toward order carries us a little farther from freedom. Yet within this paradox, there is a kind of grace. The submission Hobbes described is not only political, but existential. An acceptance of limits, of mortality, of interdependence. We surrender not only to systems, but to life itself, to the gentle rhythm that carries us from birth to death. The narrator exhales slowly, as if releasing a final thought into the dark. To live under the Leviathan, whether of kings or code, is to live within boundaries. But boundaries can be beautiful. They define space, create stability, allow stillness, and perhaps, in the end, that is all peace truly is, the stillness that follows surrender. The music behind the voice fades into a low, endless hum, like the breath of the Leviathan itself. We are no longer afraid. We are simply quiet. We have learned to rest inside the order we created. And so the voice closes softly. Obedience no longer feels like fear, it feels like comfort. And perhaps peace has always been another word for surrender. The silence that follows submission feels almost sacred. The world hums in quiet rhythm, cities glowing like constellations. People moving within patterns they did not design but now depend upon. The Leviathan has grown silent, but its breath still lingers in every corner of our existence. Its power no longer needs to roar, it simply is. And in this stillness, we begin to reflect. What have we become beneath the shadow of our own creation? Thomas Hobbes once wrote that fear and I were born twins. Those words, penned centuries ago, were not just confession, but prophecy. Fear has never left humanity. It has merely changed its shape. It was fear that taught us to form tribes, to build walls, to trust reason over instinct. It was fear that made us create the Leviathan, the great artificial being that promised peace in exchange for our freedom. Now, 4 centuries later, we live in the world that fear built. Fear was the architect. Reason was the engineer. Together, they designed the structure we call civilization, strong enough to hold chaos at bay, yet fragile enough to tremble beneath its own weight. The narrator's tone slows, soft and reflective, like the final breaths of a long day. We began as creatures of instinct, desperate, solitary, fragile. We were afraid of death, of pain, of one another. That fear was not weakness, it was awareness. It reminded us of how easily life could vanish. In that vulnerability, reason was born, a light that flickered first in the dark and then grew steady enough to illuminate a path. Hobbes saw what few others dared to name. That reason does not conquer fear. It is born from it. Fear is not the opposite of wisdom, but its beginning. The passions that incline men to peace, he wrote, are fear of death, desire of such things as are necessary to commodious living, and a hope by their industry to obtain them. It was not love, nor faith that built order, but fear, disciplined by thought. The voice becomes gentler now, almost like a lullaby. Imagine looking into a mirror, not the one that shows your face, but the one that shows your history. You would see a species forever learning how to tame its own chaos. Every generation has built a new version of the Leviathan. Thrones, empires, laws, machines, systems, each one promised protection, each one demanded obedience, each one, in time, became part of the same long shadow stretching across human history. And yet, within that shadow, there has always been light, the light of understanding. Humanity has learned to live not in fear's grip, but in its reflection. We have learned to transform fear into caution, caution into wisdom, wisdom into law. Still, the question lingers, have we truly transcended our fear or merely hidden within its architecture? The voice drifts lower, slower. In every era, people believed they had finally found peace. Yet peace always came with a cost, a surrender of something unseen. The same pattern repeats. We create systems to protect ourselves, and in doing so, we give those systems power over us. It is a cycle older than any nation, deeper than any philosophy. Hobbes simply gave it a name, Leviathan. But perhaps that is not a tragedy. Perhaps it is the rhythm of being human, to build something greater than ourselves, to seek order in the vast uncertainty. This is what it means to be alive. The Leviathan, after all, is not a monster of tyranny. It is a mirror. It reflects what we fear, what we value, and what we are willing to sacrifice. Its shape changes with time, but its essence is constant. The embodiment of our longing for peace in a world that has never stopped trembling. The narrator exhales softly, voice dipping into silence between sentences. It is easy to see fear as an enemy, but in truth, it has always been our oldest companion. It reminds us that we are fragile, but also that we can endure. It pushes us to build, to think, to care. Fear made us human, and reason helped us survive being human. Together, they have carried us through war, empire, revolution, and digital age, through every moment when the world could have collapsed back into chaos. Now, as we look upon a modern Leviathan, a network of governments, machines, and invisible agreements, we can see the same truth that Hobbes saw in the 1600s. The struggle between fear and peace is not a battle to be won, but a balance to be lived. The voice softens further, almost whispering. So perhaps it is not the Leviathan we should question, but the shadow it casts upon our hearts. Have we learned to live wisely beneath its presence, or do we simply sleep within it? The air feels still, serene, weightless. Fear was the architect. Reason was the engineer. And we, humanity, are the inhabitants of their design. We walk through its halls every day, cities pulsing with order, laws written in the language of logic, lives shaped by systems we trust without seeing. Yet even here, in the stillness of peace, a quiet truth remains. Fear built this world, but love sustains it, hope softens it, and reason, calm, patient, luminous, keeps it alive. The voice fades like a candle dimming. The last words almost carried on a breath. 4 centuries later, we still live in Hobbes' world, where fear built order and reason keeps it alive. And perhaps that is not a curse, but a kind of grace. For to understand fear is to understand ourselves. To accept order is to find rest. And in that rest, that long, slow exhale of civilization, the Leviathan finally sleeps. The reflection fades into quiet understanding. Humanity has traveled far, from fear to reason, from chaos to structure. The Leviathan now stands not above us, but within us, woven into the rhythm of our daily lives. Its breath is the hum of cities, the murmur of laws, the calm predictability of routine. And yet, somewhere deep inside, a question lingers. Must we destroy what binds us, or simply learn how to live within it? Thomas Hobbes never promised freedom, he promised safety. His vision of peace was not the wild liberty of the natural world, but the gentle stillness of order, a calm that comes not from chaos defeated, but from chaos tamed. He wrote, "Covenants without a sword are but words." Peace in Hobbes' world could only exist when people accepted their limits, when they chose silence over rebellion, stability over passion. Peace has a cost. It is paid not in blood, but in silence. The narrator's voice is slow, warm, and low, like the fading light of the dusk. To live within the Leviathan is not to be enslaved. It is to recognize the necessity of boundaries. The walls that protect also confine, but they give shape to the world we inhabit. Every society, every person builds their own version of the Leviathan, a structure of rules, habits, and unspoken agreements that keep life from unraveling. We all live inside such frameworks, whether political or personal. In our modern world, the Leviathan no longer looks like a king or a crown. It exists in the systems that hold us, in the schedules we follow, in the quiet rituals that make our days predictable. To resist it entirely would be to fall back into chaos. To accept it is to find peace, not a loud, heroic peace, but the kind that hums softly beneath the noise of living. Hobbes believed that fear taught us obedience, but reason taught us acceptance. In this final movement of his philosophy, we arrive not at submission, but at awareness. The Leviathan is not an external tyrant. It is a reflection of ourselves, our need for safety, our craving for order, our quiet longing to belong. The voice pauses, letting the listener breathe. Perhaps this, too, is how peace begins in our personal lives, not by escaping structure, but by breathing within it. We long for freedom, yet we also long for the steady rhythm that gives freedom meaning. We resist rules, but we depend on them to know where we stand. Just as society requires a Leviathan to survive, the mind requires a quiet center, a space of stillness, where the noise of fear fades into trust. The condition of man, Hobbes wrote, is a condition of war of everyone against everyone. That war still echoes, not on battlefields, but within the mind. The constant struggle between desire and restraint, fear and reason, chaos and calm. Acceptance does not end this war. It transforms it. It turns conflict into coexistence. The voice lowers further, gentle, meditative. Imagine standing inside a great body of order you helped create. Around you, everything is moving. Laws, systems, expectations, time. But within you, there is quiet. You realize that the Leviathan does not oppress you. It holds you, like gravity holding a planet in orbit. You do not need to break free to be free. You only need to move consciously within the pull. This is the hidden grace in Hobbes's vision. The recognition that peace is not the absence of control, but the presence of understanding. Every boundary, every rule, every shared silence is a sign of trust. Humanity built the Leviathan because it feared destruction. But to live beneath it and to accept it is to mature beyond fear, to find wisdom in what once frightened us. The music beneath the narration fades to a slower, softer rhythm. Acceptance, then, is not defeat. It is the quiet art of balance. We cannot escape the systems that shape us, but we can inhabit them gently. We can choose to breathe rather than resist, to rest rather than revolt. This is the philosophy of peace, not to overthrow the Leviathan, but to dwell within it with open eyes and a still heart. The narrator pauses again, almost whispering now. Perhaps true freedom does not lie outside the walls of order, but within them, in the ability to find peace even while bound. The Leviathan is not the end of the human story. It is the mirror that shows us how to live with our own nature. Peace has a cost, the voice repeats softly. It is paid not in blood, but in silence. The silence here is not submission, but serenity, the calm that follows understanding. It is the silence of acceptance, of letting the world be what it is, and oneself be part of it. Hobbes's message, often mistaken for darkness, ends in light. His Leviathan, born from fear, is not a monster, but a guardian, the structure that allows life to unfold without constant dread. To live within it is not to lose your soul, but to find the stillness where the mind can rest. The narrator's tone drifts like a slow exhale. In this moment, imagine your own life, the rules you follow, the promises you keep, the invisible systems that hold your days together. Perhaps you have fought them, perhaps you have feared them, but tonight, let them soften. Let their structure cradle you. Every order, no matter how vast, begins with a single choice, the choice to trust. Acceptance does not erase chaos, it simply stops fighting it. It lets the waves roll without drowning. It lets the noise fade without needing silence. And so, beneath the Leviathan, beneath the weight of all that humanity has built, you find not oppression, but peace. The music resolves into a single note, like breath meeting stillness. To live within the order is to live within yourself. To accept the world is to stop demanding that it be different. And in that moment, peace ceases to be an idea. It becomes a home. Peace has a cost. It is paid not in blood, but in silence. The quiet of acceptance lingers, soft as candlelight fading through a still room. The voice slows, gentle and measured, like the final breath of a long reflection. The great machine of order, the Leviathan, hums quietly beneath all things. Its breath fills the night, steady, patient, eternal. You can almost feel it, that rhythm of human creation, the pulse of reason woven into the silence of peace. Now, as the echoes of thought begin to settle, you can let go, not in defiance, not in defeat, but in trust. Hobbes once wrote, "The obligation of subjects to the sovereign lasts as long and no longer than a power lasteth by which he is able to protect them." Yet tonight, there is no ruler, no law, no sword, only the awareness that protection and peace have become one. The Leviathan is no longer a monarch of fear. It has become the quiet order inside every breath you take. The narrator's voice lowers, intimate, as if speaking directly to the listener's heartbeat. It has been a long journey, from fear to reason, from chaos to covenant, from the roar of power to this moment of calm. Every philosopher after Hobbes searched for what he could not name, a peace that would not require surrender. Yet perhaps he understood something eternal, that the world itself will always move between stillness and storm, between safety and freedom. To live wisely is not to escape this tension, but to rest within it. Let your thoughts slow now. Let your mind unclench. You do not need to solve the contradictions of life tonight. You do not need to rebuild the world. You have already built enough. You have thought enough. You have feared enough. The music beneath the words dissolves into soft tones, slow piano notes like raindrops falling on distant glass. Imagine yourself beneath a vast body, not of flesh, not of steel, but of quiet order. The Leviathan stretches beyond sight, yet you feel no weight. Its presence is not crushing, but protective. It breathes with you. It holds you the way the sea holds a ship, not to restrain it, but to keep it from drifting into oblivion. You are safe, even within its shadow. The world you created with your fear, your reason, your longing for peace, continues to move gently around you. It does not demand anything of you now. It only asks that you rest. Do not fear the order you created. It breathes through you. The voice becomes almost a whisper, dissolving into warmth. There is a stillness that comes after understanding, a moment where even the mind grows tired of its own search. This is where philosophy meets sleep. Hobbes called it the motion of the mind, the endless process of thinking, reacting, desiring. But tonight, that motion can rest. The war of every man against every man has ended for you, at least for now. The Leviathan watches quietly, and the world holds its breath. Perhaps peace, in the end, was never meant to be a conquest, but a return, a coming home to what has always been constant within you. The rhythm of breath, the quiet pulse of being alive. The music fades almost completely, leaving only the whisper of air and heartbeat. In this silence, there are no contracts to sign, no systems to maintain. The order of the world does not ask you to perform, only to exist. The fears that once built your walls now sleep beside you, softened into memory. The Leviathan, that vast symbol of control and civilization, is not above you anymore. It is part of you. It is the calm that lives within your structure, the quiet architecture of trust that keeps your heart steady. Every generation, every soul must make peace with its own Leviathan. For some, it is the state. For others, it is the voice of reason, the structure of life, or the habits that hold their days together. Whatever form it takes, its purpose remains the same: to protect, to sustain, to offer stillness in a restless world. So now, as your eyes grow heavy, let that stillness return. Let the mind unclench from its need to control, to explain, to analyze. Let thought dissolve into rhythm, breath, silence, breath. You have traveled through centuries of philosophy tonight, from the storm of human nature to the calm of understanding. You have seen fear become reason, reason become order, and order become peace. That peace does not live outside of you. It lives within you, quiet, steady, breathing. The voice now blends almost completely with the music. Now let your thoughts rest beneath the great body of order. You are safe, even within its shadow. The Leviathan, the symbol of all that is structured and strong, no longer looms above, but rests beneath you, holding you steady like the floor of the sea. Its heartbeat is your own. Its calm is the silence between your breaths. Do not fear the order you created. It breathes through you. You are part of its calm. The final pause feels infinite, as if the world itself were exhaling. Good night, child of peace. Sleep beneath the Leviathan. Sleep beneath the quiet rhythm of all that has ever been tamed by thought, softened by fear, and kept alive by reason. The screen fades to black. Only the sound remains, one long, slow breath of the world itself, before it, too, disappears into silence. The world grows quiet now. The great Leviathan, once a storm of power and reason, drifts beneath the surface of our lives, unseen yet breathing still. Its pulse echoes through every law, every lighted city, every silent night where chaos no longer reigns. We have walked through fear, through order, through the long corridors of reason, and found that peace was never the end of fear, only its gentlest form. Perhaps that is what Hobbes wanted us to understand. That to be human is to live between safety and freedom, between stillness and storm. The Leviathan was never a monster, but a mirror, showing us that the things we fear most are often the things that hold us together. So tonight, as the noise of the world fades and the rhythm of your breath steadies, remember, you are part of that quiet order, the living harmony that fear once built and reason now sustains. Let the mind rest. Let the heart loosen its guard. The Leviathan watches not to rule you, but to keep the night still. Close your eyes, traveler of thought, and sleep peacefully beneath the calm it left behind.